All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We begin our severe weather coverage on this, the 1st of May, 2024, here at 4:15 p.m. We have a confirmed tornado in progress with a supercell just west of Clarendon, Texas. This is on Highway 287. This is going to be on 287 in Donley County, approaching the community of Clarendon. Now, before we get into that, there is a tornado down with that. We've got a visual on it. I could show you that here in a minute. Jason Cooley, if you've got your, if we did what we did the other day and it's off your typical Cloudflare feed, I'll be able to pull that up whenever. But again, we have storms developing now across the eastern Texas Panhandle. We've already got a tornado down just southwest of Clarendon. Those of you in Clarendon, you need to be in a safe place immediately. We'll talk more about that in just a second. We've got storms developing farther northeast now. We've got a left split supercell with golf ball to tennis ball size hail just north of Allen Reed, north of McAllen, moving northeast quickly towards Mobeetie and Laketon there on Highway 152. That'll eventually cross Highway 83 around Gageby. We got a storm going up now, a decent distance northeast of Stinnett in the northeastern Panhandle. That'll be about 15 miles northeast of Stinnett. That could have hail. No indications of a tornado right now. We do note additional storms developing south into Hall County. And then we also have thunderstorms underway across parts of the Big Bend Permian Basin. We had a tornado around Fort Stockton earlier.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews and Gaines County in Texas.
We also note we have scattered showers and storms developing in the Hill Country, South Central Texas, Central Texas. Those have the potential to become severe as they move north over the next hour. The potential for large hail, localized damaging winds. We may see a few tornadoes out of that as well. So again, a multi-region event possible here. And here, I'll just pull up what we call a mesoscale discussion real quick just to give you a short-term descriptor where we may have issues. Issue across, again, parts of the Hill Country, South Central Texas over the next few hours with storms developing there. We got storms in the eastern Panhandle. We got storms in the Big Bend. All right, let's deal with the tornado we've got right now. This is going to be a tornado warning across portions of the eastern Texas Panhandle. I'll go ahead and pop the radar up here. Give me just a second. Apologies, magical people of the world. We do have a tornado down. This is going to be getting...
live video from Jenny is ready to go.
All right. Let's see if I got this set up right. Again, this is Jenny Brown's tornado video out of Clarendon, Texas. This was taken moments ago. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado down with this supercell west of Clarendon, southwest of Clarendon by 4 miles. Howardwick, you're getting in on the hail. And Clarendon, tornado dangerously near town now, moving east-northeast towards town, 3 miles southwest of town, moving towards the city of Clarendon. Those of you in Clarendon, this is live video. Tornado down, just southwest of Clarendon, moving east-northeast towards the city of Clarendon here in Donley County in the Texas Panhandle. So I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to set this up. This is going to look a little wonky for a minute. Yeah, we'll keep that on there. I'm doing this on the fly. My apologies, people, but I want to be able to keep that video up, so I just need to switch a scene out. And again, those of you in Clarendon here in the Texas Panhandle, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet. As a tornado that's down right now is moving towards the city of Clarendon. That's video from storm chaser Jenny Brown taken moments ago. This tornado now coming up near the city of Clarendon. We'll put a marker on it. Tornado at this point, maybe a few miles southwest live of Clarendon. And again, it's generally moving northeast towards the city of Clarendon. I'll go ahead and load a loop. And we have plenty of other storms. I want to emphasize that. This is the beginning of what's going to be a long day. We've got storms in the Panhandle. We got storms in the Big Bend. We're about to have storms in the Hill Country and Central Texas, South Central Texas that are going to be problematic. But for now, we've got one storm with a tornado down right now approaching the city of Clarendon from the southwest. Let me get rid of that. I'm going to load the loop. Here we go. Again, I just want to show you, we're going to be dealing with some erratic motions today. Okay, what is that? The national radar still on? My apologies. We're going to be dealing with some erratic velocity motions today. You can see this generally is moving east-northeast. New circulation developing very near Clarendon. We have the occlusion process ongoing now, and we have a new tornado trying to develop very near the city of Clarendon. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Tornado 1, that's what's been down. That's what you're looking at there on the left side. That's a few minutes ago. This is Tornado 2 that's trying to develop with a new circulation just southwest of Clarendon. Clarendon, I cannot emphasize it enough. You need to be in a safe place now. A tornado may literally drop just west of town here in the next couple of minutes, and it's moving east towards town. And again, this for the city of Clarendon. We want no travel on Highway 287 between, let's just say, Headley and Goodnight. We want no one trying to go south out of Interstate off I-40 right now, down Highway 70 through Howardwick, down to Clarendon. And we don't want folks trying to come north out of Bryce on 70 either. Again, what we have, storm with a history of producing tornadoes, about to drop another tornado very near or possibly in the city of Clarendon. So we want folks in Clarendon to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet. And again, if this thing does put a tornado down, a second tornado, it's going to be very near or in the city of Clarendon because it's moving right towards town. We need folks in Clarendon to be in shelter. And again, I'll switch back and show you what we've got. This is video taken moments ago from storm chaser Jenny Brown. This is a tornado southwest of Clarendon. That tornado may be in the process of dissipating, but we have a new tornado likely beginning to develop near the city of Clarendon. If these storms end up continuing to produce, or if this ends up keeping both tornadoes down, we may have two down simultaneously for a little bit. But again, we need those in the city of Clarendon. Here in the Texas Panhandle to be in a safe place. I realize we've got storms farther north. Any storm today, if we're not talking about a storm near you, assume it has the potential to be severe. Could have baseball, softball size hail. If it's rowdy, could have winds over 75 miles an hour. We're going to be dealing with tornado issues today. And again, we've already had a confirmed tornado, and boy, I tell you what, those of you in Clarendon really need to be in shelter now. Strong indications of a developing tornado now, literally on the west sides of Clarendon here in Donley County, in the Texas Panhandle, and this is moving right into town. So again, this is an urgent call to action. Those of you in the city of Clarendon on Highway 287, you need to be in a safe place now, as a tornado may quickly develop from this new circulation and plant itself right in town. So again, those of you in Clarendon, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, etc. Please don't go outside looking for this thing. I know you're in the Panhandle, you can normally see 40 miles, but understand this is a situation where we could have a tornado try to drop in the city of Clarendon or just west of Clarendon at any time, and this is moving east-northeast into the city of Clarendon. This is going to cross over Highway 70 at Highway 287. So we want folks in Clarendon to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, boots, etc. Helmet. Doesn't matter if it's a bicycle helmet, sport helmet, etc. We have other storms developing. None of these other storms right now are doing the spinny doom. But we're going to have to keep an eye on them. By far, today's storms are going to be hailers with strongest storms up to softball size hail, damaging winds over 75 miles an hour, the potential for a few tornadoes. We note we have isolated showers and storms developing now in the portions of the hill country, south central Texas, central Texas. These could evolve into supercells with a risk of large hail, localized damaging wind, perhaps a threat of a tornado. We're going to have to see just how these evolve down here in the hill country, but I'll switch over to the high-res radar out of San Antonio real quick, and you can see these developing showers and storms do have some supercellular characteristics. No defined low-level rotation right now, but we're going to have to watch for it. Here in the Permian Basin, down into the Davis Mountains and the Big Bend, we've got thunderstorms, storm southeast of Fort Stockton. That produced a tornado around Fort Stockton earlier, way outside of town. That's moving slowly southeast. We've got plenty of other scattered showers and storms developing, mostly moving northeast. They could all have hail, damaging winds, etc. But again, we have multiple storms in the Panhandle. These are going to be capable of producing golf ball to softball size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and the potential for tornadoes. We've got a tornado very near the city of Clarendon right now. You can see that little hook echo wrapping up just on the southwest sides of Clarendon. If this drops a tornado, it is going to be very near Clarendon or just southwest of town. But regardless, this circulation is moving east-northeast. We want no one on 287 from Headley west, and definitely don't want anyone going down 287 from Clarendon southeast with this thunderstorm. I'll talk about the forecast for tonight here in just a moment. Actually, here, we'll just do it real quick. I'm going to zoom out. I'll show you what the expectation is for the state this afternoon and evening. Real quick. Here's the radar over the last couple of hours.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
Okay. So again, you can see we're expecting scattered to several severe thunderstorms this afternoon, this evening, tonight. The storms in the Panhandle, Permian Basin, West Texas, we're going to have more of them. They're going to eventually grow into a cluster that moves east pretty much to I-35 by early Thursday morning. We're going to have scattered severe storms start developing here soon across south central Texas, the Brazos Valley, into the hill country. Those initially now moving north-northeast. They could also become a cluster that moves into the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas tonight. So eastern Texas Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Bend, the Edwards Plateau, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, central Texas, the hill country, south central Texas, the coastal plains, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle. Another way to think about this, the eastern 75% of Texas along the north of a line from about, let's just say, Eagle Pass to Corpus Christi, east of the Davis Mountains, the Guadalupe Mountains, the Trans-Pecos, and east of Interstate 27 in the Panhandle. We're going to have a new tornado warning coming out in just a moment. So let's go back to that. So again, yeah, we're going to be busy this afternoon and this evening into late tonight and tomorrow morning with the potential for multiple severe thunderstorms capable of large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Donley County in Texas.
Sorry, I'm trying to get the radar data to load. I'm suddenly not getting data from this. That's delightful. Okay, let me just reset this program real quick. All right. So again, this is going to be a new tornado warning that does include Clarendon, Leela Lake. This is going to include portions of Donley County in the eastern Texas Panhandle. We're starting to see increasing rotation now with a supercell northeast of Stinnett, southwest of Oak Tree, southwest of Perryton. I'll show you that in just a second. Let me show you this new tornado warning. It's going to be a tornado warning again for Donley County. Why are we not showing radar data? Thank you. This storm near Clarendon, strong low-level rotation, though weaker than it was a few minutes ago. Still evident, though, near or directly over the city of Clarendon. This storm's going to be moving east-northeast at about, let's see what they've got it moving at. It's going to be moving east at about 25 miles an hour. It's also capable of producing softball-sized hail. All right. And Jason, for your information, the primary warning source for the program I'm using is down, so I'm having to use a backup, and sometimes that's not going to load the warnings in a timely fashion. If for some reason I miss that, yell at me and tell me, and I'll just restart the program, and that usually pulls them in pretty quickly. I'll try to switch this to that for now. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Donley County. This does include the city of Clarendon. We have a supercell capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, tornado damaging winds. This is going to be in the city of Clarendon. We've got hail on Highway 70 up to Howardwick. This is going to be moving east towards pretty much rural areas of eastern Donley County, over towards Highway 273, south of McLean, north of Headley. We don't want folks on 287 right now around Clarendon with a nasty thunderstorm, and there are more storms developing farther south. We have a storm north of Turkey. That storm, a little bit of mid-level rotation. We're going to have to watch it carefully. We are expecting a pretty high number of storms today, and once that evolution begins to occur, we're going to start dealing with more complex storm interactions and storm mergers. For example, this thunderstorm south of Clarendon, southwest of Headley, could be a cell merger candidate for this storm near Clarendon. One of two things is going to happen with that. One, it's going to cause the circulations to weaken. There's going to be a lot of hail, heavy rain, but we're not going to have a tornado issue for a while. Or two, it's going to jumpstart the circulation, and we're going to have a high potential for a tornado. Regardless, tornado warning continues now for the city of Clarendon, with a possible tornadic circulation right over town. All right, we're going to take a look farther north. We've got a supercell quickly organizing now northeast of Stinnett. This is going to be northeast of Stinnett by about, let's just say about 18 miles. This is south of Spearman by 14 to 15 miles. This storm moving northeast towards the city of Oak Tree on Highway 70. Eventually, if this storm moves farther north, it's going to be a direct threat to the city of Perryton. But as it looks now, and just my guesstimate from experience, this should keep the circulation south of Clarendon, south of Perryton. But Perryton, keep an eye out to your southwest. You've got a storm that's showing increasing indications of destructive hail, damaging winds, and if we're being realistic here, it's probably going to become tornadic at some point in the next hour. All right, so while we've got all that going on, I want to just show you the high-res rapid refresh model for today and tonight. And while I do that, I'll actually record it so we can post that on social media as a timeline graphic. But I've got to set up the upper third first. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to press that. We're going to press that. I'm going to press that. We're going to press some more buttons here. I'm going to keep talking about pressing buttons because it's fun to talk about buttons. And then we're just going to load this. We'll load some clouds too because clouds are pretty. And then I just want to take a look at 5 o'clock. Let's see what this model does. Now, it's not doing too bad. Now, it's being overzealous with the thunderstorms across central Texas, but you get the general idea. So at this point, let me go ahead and we're going to load the model data from 7 o'clock all the way through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now, this is just a model. It is not going to be perfect. There are probably going to be discrepancies between what's going on and what's not. We've got a tornado reported just southwest of Clarendon. So again, those of you in Clarendon, you need to stay in shelter in Donley County in the eastern Texas Panhandle. So again, this is what the high-res rapid refresh model shows tonight. You can see those storms that we have in the Panhandle, West Texas. They're going to move into parts of the Concho Valley, the Big Country, Northwest Texas. I'm going to actually record this part, so give me a second. All right, this is the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening, tonight, into Thursday morning. The thunderstorms we have underway or developing over the next few hours in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Bend, are going to move east into Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, South Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and Southeast Texas late tonight into tomorrow morning. The strongest storms in their discrete phase could produce very large hail up to the size of softballs, damaging wind gusts of 60 to 75 miles an hour, the potential for tornadoes. Once storms congeal into that little Boeing cluster that this model indicates will move across central Texas into the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas tonight, the potential for hurricane force winds up to 80 miles an hour, the potential for nickel to ping pong ball wind-driven size hail, embedded spin-up tornadoes, heavy rainfall that could cause flooding. We note scattered thunderstorms are also possible in the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and maybe East Texas late this afternoon through the evening hours. If that occurs, they could be severe.
been issued for Hansford.
All right, I'll throw that in the folder here in a minute. We've got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning for that northern cell that is going to be moving up towards Oak Tree, up in northern portions of Roberts, moving into Oak Tree County. And again, we had a report of a tornado just a few minutes ago, just southwest of Clarendon. Not a super strong velocity signature there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
Trying to get the warnings to pop up. They just hate me. But again, possible tornado now near the city of Clarendon. And we have a possible tornado developing with this thunderstorm northeast of Stinnett. Let me see if this warning server's fixed yet by chance. If he fixed that, that'd be great. If not, I might be having to do this whole reset thing every few minutes. That's going to be kind of a pain in the butt. It looks like he fixed the server, though, so that makes life easier, I believe. Let me make sure it's on the one I need, and it is. So thank you, Paul Merv. All right, we've got a tornado warning. I probably moved the map too early, so, well, now the road's loaded. That's nice. There's going to be a tornado warning for areas, rural areas of northeastern Hutchinson, southeastern Hansford, southwestern Oultree.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
It's down the Big Bend. Tornado warning, again, this is a good about 15 miles south of Spearman, about 20 miles northeast of Stinnett, moving towards Highway, 70, up towards Oultree. In all likelihood, this is going to stay 20 to 30 miles south of Perryton, south of Oultree, over very rural portions of northwestern Roberts County, northwest at the Vista Ranch Airport. Pretty much the northern edge of the bird scar up here. And for what it's worth, the heavy rain with all that could cause some problems in terms of mud flows in the burn scar. But again, possible tornado now, 15 miles southeast of Spearman, moving away from Spearman, away from Stinnett, moving
Texas local storm report from 9 miles
towards
southwest of Andrews in Andrews,
Highway 70.
Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.50 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
Okay, we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado very near the city of Clarendon at this time. This storm is moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Though I'm going to show y'all what I'm looking at. I'm going to loop this. I think this storm may be just sitting now, or back building, which can happen on days like this where we just have some weaker upper level winds and we have storm scale interactions occur. I'm going to load this. I'm even going to turn off the fancy super duper blending mode so you can see what I'm looking at here. Again, you can see this storm near Clarendon is pretty much sitting right over Clarendon right now. It's not moving. So if this puts a tornado down, it is going to be so dangerously close to Clarendon that it's not funny. It's not funny regardless.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
So with this thunderstorm near Clarendon, those of you around Clarendon need to remain in a safe place. If we have a tornado drop again, it's going to be very near town. We don't want folks in town being injured. So please remain in shelter. As we zoom out, you can see we have additional thunderstorms now developing further southwest. We've got a storm going up, over northeastern portions of Briscoe County. That's going to be about 10 to 12 miles southwest of Bryce. Or if you really want to go for it, about 25 miles southwest of Memphis. That storm could eventually pose a threat to the city of Memphis, but it's moving slow. So we're going to have to watch for it. That storm could go tornadic at some point as well. We've got some updrafts trying to go up just east of Lubbock. Those so far haven't taken hold, but they will in portions of eastern Lubbock County, western Crosby County, up into Floyd County. Farther south, we'll go ahead and load radar down in the Permian Basin. We've got a severe thunderstorm moving into the city of Andrews. That is nasty hail signature right there. Again, the potential for very large hail in the city of Andrews. The radar indicates hail sizes are damaging. Y'all are going to get to be the guinea pigs to tell us just how big the hail is, but it's probably quite large. So I would probably say don't go outside and try to play with it until it stops falling. Farther southwest, we've got a little complex of storms that's moving south of Interstate 40 now in Pecos County. Eventually, if that continues, it could be in Sanderson here in a while. It's not moving very quickly. Storm's moving, southeast at 15. It's a good 30 miles from Sanderson, so that would be 2 hours. Farther southwest, we got storms all the way down into the Big Bend. We've got one over Highway 385. That's going to be a good 25 miles south of Marathon, and then you just go down into the Big Bend where we have no radar coverage. So again, we've got 2 tornado warnings right now up in the Panhandle. Let's check on the storms here in the Hill Country, Central Texas. You can see we've got scattered showers and storms. They're behaving so far. No big hail, no damaging winds, no spinny doom. And then we've got a couple of storms here in Central Texas. We've got a storm over Mahia. That does have a little bit of maybe dime-sized hail. A little mid-level rotation, nothing spooky about that right now. We've got some showers and storms from Gatesville to Waco and McLennan County. That activity moving north. Let's get back to the tornado warnings. And again, if I'm not talking about a storm near you, that's usually a good thing. We're going to be focusing on the most intense storms this afternoon, this evening, into tonight. These storms could produce tornadoes, damaging winds, hail. If I'm not talking about the storm near you right now, that's good, but assume it could have hail, wind, heavy rain, could cause flooding. And you can keep an eye on the storms near you or across the country with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Speaking of which, I need to make sure this has been ingested into the website and mobile app. So to do that, I'm going to press some magical buttons and I'm going to look. The website's probably going to give me like 3-step authentication because, well, firewalls and I get along like politicians and investigation committees. Oh yeah, let me open this. My apologies, magical land of Discord. I'll open our Discord server. Invalid authentication code. Well, that's just rude. All right, we've got that up. We'll put that over here. I'll throw this up. Got that up. All right. Jason, let me know if you need any help with the technical issues. We have a severe thunderstorm. Oh, that was issued 3 hours ago. I'm later than late. All right, so again, let's take a look what we've got going on. We've got supercell near Clarendon. That could have a tornado near Clarendon. We've got a storm now well northeast of Stinnett, about 10 to 12 miles south of Spearman, moving northeast at about, it's literally moving at 15 miles an hour. It's not going to hit any communities out here. It's going to approach Highway 70. Literally probably 25 miles south of Perryton. This is not an issue for the city of Perryton. Perryton, I know you're spooked. You've had very unpleasant issues over the last year, but not with this storm. You could have your own storms later, but for now, you're okie dokie. All right, making sure this is installed. All right, make sure that button is pressed. And again, you can watch our live severe weather coverage on, we're streaming on YouTube, Facebook, the Twitter, the Twitch, the TikTok, our website, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So again, let's go over what we've got. We've got a tornado warning for Donley County, a possible tornado now. Oh. Hey, Jason. I know you're busy. Is this an anticyclonic circulation near Howardwick? I think, if it was, it's gone now. We had a brief look. You saw that red and green near Howardwick. That might have been what we call an anticyclonic circulation. That would have been...
Yeah, what's up?
The potential for proms. All right, that's in the mobile app. We're good to go. What's up? It's Mr. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, or as I'm going to nickname him, Mr. Yason. Okay, so at this point, storm near Clarendon, just northeast of town. Barely, but it keeps trying to back build. Let me show you what I mean. See, we kind of got that little appendage just northwest of Clarendon. This storm is back building. The parent updraft keeps trying to relocate farther and farther west, even though the storm itself is moving east, which gives the appearance of it not moving. This is a case where sometimes these circulations can spin out. I mean, I'd still be in shelter if I were y'all, Clarendon. Hopefully, if anything drops, it would be just northeast of town at this point, but it's going to be close. We've got a new storm. That may eventually become the parent supercell developing just southwest of Headley, south of Clarendon. That, on Highway 70, could eventually become tornadic as it moves towards Headley. We've got a third supercell way southwest of Memphis at this point. I know, very descriptive meteorology here. That's a good 20 miles southwest of Memphis, moving east-northeast, only about 15 to 20 miles an hour. These storms not moving fast today, but they will be dropping hail, big hail, damaging winds, the potential for tornadoes. Storm now 10 to 12 miles south of Spearman, increasing potential for a tornado in progress. Let me go ahead. We'll put some roads on here. And again, this is over the middle of nowhere in northeastern Hutchinson County. Literally, the closest landmark I can give you is going to be the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport. And this possible tornado is 10 miles northwest of the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport. I'll go ahead and put temperatures on here just so you can see where I'm talking about. The airport is where that 79 is. That's the temperature at the airport, the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport. This possible tornado currently 10 miles northwest of that airport, give or take, moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour over very rural portions of northeastern Hutchinson, southeastern Hansford, northwestern Roberts, and southwestern Moultrie counties. All right. And I see that message from Adam. I will get that set up on my special duper side real quick. Without crashing XSplit, please. Please be nice. Thank you. All right. So I need to move that in here. While I'm doing some Baldy-in-Chief maintenance here, let me just press these buttons. I'll show you what we've got going on right now. I'll make sure the warnings are popped on, and you can see with watches, that's a tornado watch for the eastern Texas Panhandle. That's a severe thunderstorm watch for the Concho Valley, the Permian Basin, the Big Bend. We've got scattered storms trying to pop up in portions of central Texas, the Hill Country. We're going to have to watch those carefully. Understood, Jason. Thank you. And again, we could have a circulation developing pretty quickly. In fact, I'm willing to bet that is one we're looking at. North of Turkey, you can see we're seeing indications of a circulation on Highway 256, just southwest of the Highway 70 intersection. These storms, again, we're going to have many storms out here. They're going to be fighting over each other, but we're also going to have to watch for quick spin-up circulations with these. And then if any one of these becomes really established, we're going to have to watch for more than just a spin-up tornado. Okay, make sure I've got this all set up.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Killingsworth and Donley County in Texas.
Okay, and again, we're going to have plenty of severe storms today with hail, wind, heavy rain. We're going to be focusing on the most intense, impactful storms. All right. Doot, 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 doot. All right. Oh, check things over here. So again, we've got 2 tornado warnings right now. Circulation now northeast of Clarendon. If you're in the city of Clarendon, along and south of 287, you're probably okay for now. You could have more storms. If there's a tornado that we have issues with, it is likely going to be just northeast of Clarendon now, east of Howardwick, moving towards rural portions of eastern Donley County. We got a supercell back southwest of Headley. That storm has the potential to become tornadic in the next 30 to 60 minutes as it moves northeast at 30 miles an hour towards the city of Headley on Highway 287. You're not going to want to be on 287 with these storms. They're going to be quite unpleasant. If there's not a tornado, there's probably tennis ball to softball size hail, which qualifies as an ouchies. And here, I'll put the radar loop on for you. Just to show you here in the Panhandle what we've got going on. At this point, we don't have any tornado. I'm willing to bet we have a tornado developing at Highway 256 and Highway 70, about 10 to 12 miles northwest of Turkey, 12 miles southwest of Leslie, 11 miles southwest of Bryce, 20 miles east of Silverton, and far eastern Briscoe County, about to move into northwestern Hall County. And again, a lot of these storms out here are going to be over rural areas. You know, we're not talking about East Texas, eastern half of Texas. We're talking about the Panhandle, and parts of West Texas, where fortunately we have a better chance of these being over rural fields than, you know, communities or hidden structures like farmhouses. That's not to say it's not going to be an issue today, but hopefully we can get by with just, you know, tornadoes spinning in open fields without hitting anything, agriculture and livestock included. But we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on these storms today, tonight, into Thursday. Given the fact, well, what's happened over the last week, let's be honest. It's been a crazy week. We've got severe storms down in the Permian Basin. We've got a severe storm just north of Andrews, moving up north towards the eastern sides of Seminole and Gaines County. From Andrews County, that storm could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. We've got storms down in the Big Bend, hail, wind, heavy rain. We've got scattered behaving thunderstorms, parts of North Texas, Hill Country, Central Texas, and South Central Texas. So far, those storms are behaving. Hopefully that'll stay that way, but we can't rule out some intensification that would result in the potential for severe weather in the form of hail, localized damaging winds, maybe a low tornado threat, and flooding. Flooding, needless to say, with storms coming in later tonight, is going to be a big concern for sure. Which is quite unfortunate, but just a matter of what we're going to be dealing with. All right, so it is 4:53 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got storms capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. In the Panhandle, we've had a couple tornadoes southwest of Clarendon. It sounds like Clarendon itself has been spared a direct hit from any sort of tornadic behavior. We are blessed for that, but we're going to be keeping an eye on the rest of these storms today, tonight, into Thursday morning. We do have what is probably a tornado down right now. This is going to be over very rural portions of northeastern Hutchinson County, about 10 miles northwest of the Vista Ranch Mesa Airport. This is going to be 12 miles southeast of Spearman, 30 miles southwest of Perryton, 23 miles northeast of Stinnett, and 35 miles north of Pampa. This is going to be over the middle of nowhere, over these areas. Eventually, it's going to make it to Highway 70, probably near the Old Tree, Roberts County line. And again, this storm probably has a tornado down right now, 10 miles northwest of the Mesa Vista Ridge Airport here in Vista Ranch Airport in northwestern Roberts County, far northeastern Hutchinson County, southwestern Old Tree County, and southeastern Hansford County. Notice, the tornado warning polygon does not include any towns out here. Stinnett is fine, Spearman is fine, Perryton is fine, Pampa is fine. We're going to have more storms later that we're going to have to watch, but again, for now, y'all are doing A-OK. Back to the high-res radar, which I've broken, so we'll reset this program real quick, because I'm really good at breaking things. And again, since we're about to be at the top of the hour, let's take a minute. I'm going to load the high-res rapid refresh model just to show you what we think is going to happen tonight into tomorrow morning, so y'all have a guesstimate on the timing elements for all of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford, Hutchinson, Ochiltree, and Roberts County in Texas.
Yeah, it's going to be the northern storm. We're going to deal with that new tornado warning in just a minute. I'll tell you now, it does not include Perryton. It does include Highway 70, south of Perryton, down towards the Vista Ranch Mesa Airport. It doesn't include any towns out in the northern portions of the Panhandle. But again, if you're in rural areas, southwest of Perryton, east northeast of Stinnett, southeast of Spearman, you need to be in a safe place. Or technically, since you're literally out there with no traffic, you could just drive out of the way of the thing. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the high-res rapid refresh model. This is just to show you what we're expecting today, tonight, into the morning hours, since we're going to have storm issues. We're going to have discrete
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews, Ector, Gaines, and Martin County in Texas.
We're going to have discrete thunderstorms through the afternoon and evening. Then tonight, a complex of storms that'll move southeast out of the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, towards North Texas, Texoma, portions of Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, the Hill Country, Southeast Texas. Now, if this model's right, we're also going to have scattered severe storms fire up in parts of the Hill Country, South Central Texas, Central Texas, North Texas, and the Brazos Valley this afternoon and this evening, way ahead of the storms out in West Texas. If that happens, those storms could also be severe with hail, wind, a low tornado threat, and flooding. We note these storms could drop a lot of rain over parts of the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas tonight into tomorrow, with new flooding problems expected, especially since some of these folks ended up over 10 inches of rain with the Saturday storms and Sunday storms. So, again, keep that in mind. Flooding is also going to be a significant concern with all this. Okay, that's what the HER looks like for tonight. It's going to storm. There you go. All right. Let's take a look now at the real-time radar. I'll turn off the local storm reports. You can see we've got storms in the Panhandle. In fact, I'll just go ahead and show you the watches here. Tornado watch for the Panhandle, West Texas, until 11 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm watch through 9 o'clock. The Permian Basin, the Western Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Big Bend. We'll have more watches farther east at some point this evening. Currently, storms, Panhandle, the strongest storms producing tornadoes, baseball to softball size hail, damaging winds. The tornado warning for Donley County has been canceled. That's good news. That storm near Clarendon has weakened. It is no longer capable of producing a tornado. Throw this over here. And again, farther south, just over the last hour, you can see we've got a hailer north of Andrews moving up towards Highway 180 from Seminole to La Mesa. We've got a severe storm now firing just north of Odessa near Gardendale. That could have hail soon. We got storms down the Big Bend.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
with heavy rain and hail. All right. Now, what I am seeing here does lead to some concerns for northwest of Turkey, because we've got a really strong couplet sitting on Highway 256 just southwest of Highway 70. I'm a little shocked this isn't tornado warned. This is going to be a circulation again at the intersection of Highway 70 and Highway 256. Velocity data showing the potential for a tornado in progress near, again, Highway 70 and Highway 256. This is going to be in far northwestern Hall, northeastern Briscoe counties, in technically west central Texas, the southern Caprock. That would be about 11 to 12 miles northwest of Turkey, 22 to 23 miles east of Silverton, 27 miles southwest of Memphis, and again, middle of nowhere near the highway intersections of 70 and 256. You can see that gate-to-gate couplet there. Further northeast, no tornado warning near Clarendon. That storm's weakened to southwest of Headley. Has taken hold. That could be an issue for hail, wind, but for now, no indications of a tornado with that. Farther north, we've got a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado southeast of Spearman, east of Stinnett. You can see this thing's got one heck of an attitude in the velocity department. That is a very strong indication of what could be a developing tornado now. About 10 miles northwest of the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport in far northeastern Hutchinson County, moving towards far northwestern Robertson County and southwestern Oak Tree County. This possible tornado, again, right now, 12 miles southeast of Spearman. This is over rural areas out here, but again, be in a safe place if you happen to be in this area. This is not going to be an issue for the city of Perryton. This is not an issue for Pampa, Stinnett, Spearman. This is an issue for pretty much rural areas of northwestern Roberts County, southwestern Oak Tree County. Eventually, the storm is probably going to approach Highway 70, very near the Oak Tree, Roberts County line in the northeastern Texas Panhandle. And you can see that's a nasty supercell. That thing's got attitude. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be down in central Texas, a severe storm near Mahia, up to Coolidge, Wortham. Severe storm capable of producing half-dollar size hail, localized damaging winds to 60 miles an hour. We have no indications of low-level rotation. This is just a hailer. Heavy rain, localized flooding, strong winds. We've got other scattered showers and storms popping up farther west towards Moody, Crawford, north of Gatesville. Again, that activity, just showers and storms. There's nothing severe with that right now. We've got storms trying to perk up a little bit around Bernie, southwest of Blanco. Nothing severe with this. No low-level rotation, maybe some dime-size hail. That's moving north-northeast. In the Big Bend, we've got thunderstorms producing hail, strong wind, heavy rain, and flooding on Highway 285 between Fort Stockton, southeast to northwest of Sanderson. That could eventually visit Sanderson, but it's going to be a while because the storm itself is moving at 10 miles an hour. We got a storm way down in the Big Bend. If you're in the southeastern Big Bend, east of 385, that's an issue for you, but to be perfectly honest, I don't think anyone down there is watching, or anyone down there would be watching us, because I don't know if it's even got cell signal. It might, but, I mean, if you got a sat phone or Starlink, I guess. But again, most likely case for a tornado right now is this storm southeast of Spearman, moving east. Northeast, I mean, it's really not even moving. Let me show you what we've got going on. It's one of these cases where upper level shear is weaker, so it's not really able to push these super strong storms along, and they just start sitting. And let me show you what I mean by that in just a second. And here, I'll try to put some road names on here for y'all. I mean, you've got, what is that, Brainerd Road? you can see this storm is literally pretty much just sitting. So it may be a while yet till it even gets to Highway 70 in southern portions of Oak Tree County. Again, this is not an issue for the city of Perryton. This storm is not going to get anywhere near Perryton. And we're definitely having some range folding issues there, but that is a very nasty looking supercell. Moving from far northeastern Hutchinson County up into northwestern Robertson and southwestern Oak Tree counties. Okay, let's zoom out. We got other storms down here. We've got the storm that produced a tornado near Clarendon earlier. It's gone bye-bye. We've got storms from Headley. Could be quarter to golf ball size hail with that as it crosses 287. No tornado warnings, but be mindful of strong winds, hail. Farther southwest, we've got a severe storm. That circulation on 256 and 70 is gone for now, but this storm north of Turkey could eventually bring heavy rain, hail, strong winds to Lakeview and Memphis. And we've got other storms now quickly developing back southwest into West Texas. We got supercells trying to fire up. Oh, is the Lubbock radar still down? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really? Okay, well, I picked a great day to do this. Okay, let's switch to this. We got storms going up from around, let's just say Turkey to Floydada to just east of Lubbock near Idalou on 114. These storms could also intensify with activity building back towards Tahoka, and this activity may move northeast, east-northeast at about 15 to 30 miles an hour, eventually posing a threat for hail. And I'll just go ahead and let this loop play for a little while. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to prepare some graphics for y'all, look at some data, switch you to the music feed for just a minute, and we'll be back here with more audio updates in about 7 minutes. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello and good evening. It's 5:15 p.m. on this, the 1st of May, 2024. We've got scattered severe thunderstorms underway now across portions of northeastern Texas Panhandle, eastern Texas Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Bend, and now a couple of storms getting going across North Texas into Central Texas and the Hill Country. We'll go ahead and go over what we have going on now. Let's start from the north and go south. We've got what is probably a tornado in progress now. This is going to be in far northwestern Roberts County, moving towards far southwestern Oaktree County. To be clear, this is the middle of nowhere, pretty much. Very rural out here. The closest communities, tornado is 13 to 14 miles southeast of Spearman, about 9 miles north of the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport. This will be coming up on Highway 70. Right now, where Highway 70 hits the Oaktree Roberts County line, this is still 13 miles west. The which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see very strong circulation with this, but again, it is over very rural areas out here, which is why I'm not able to call out more specific landmarks besides about 9 miles north of the Vista Ranch Airport. And again, this is not going to be an issue for Carrington. This isn't an issue for Spearman.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews, Ector, and Winkler County in Texas.
This is a pure issue for... Oh, here, I'll just show you the loop. Far northern Roberts and far southern Oaktree counties. Definitely you're not going to want to be on Highway 70 when this eventually shows up. To be honest, you might be able to see the tornado from Highway 70 up in northern Roberts County, but I wouldn't want to go south.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Collingsworth and Donley County in Texas.
All right, this storm's finally perking up. This is going to be a tornado warning for portions of Collingsworth and Donley counties. This does include the city of Headley and Leah Lake. So if you're in Headley and Leah Lake, you're going to want to take shelter. That's going to be lowest floor.
Warning has been issued for Crosby and Floyd County in Texas
until 5:45 p.m. I'll just read the warning text. It makes life easier. At 5:16 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 4 miles southwest of Leah Lake or 8 miles southeast of Clarendon, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. The storm's capable of quarter-size hail. The reason for the tornado warning, besides indications of rotation, law enforcement reported a funnel cloud. So again, that'll be a tornado warning for western Collingsworth and southeastern Donley counties in the Panhandle of Texas until 5:45 p.m. This thunderstorm, about 9 miles southeast of Clarendon, 4 miles southwest of Leah Lake, moving northeast towards Leah Lake and the city of Headley. We'd advise no travel on Highway 287 between, let's just say, again, Clarendon and Memphis, as this dangerous storm moves over 287 with the potential for damaging winds, large hail, a spin-up tornado, and heavy rainfall. Sorry, Jason, I didn't see your request there. All right. So again, tornado warning for Headley, Leah Lake here in portions of Collingsworth and Donley counties in the Panhandle. We've got a tornado warning farther north for the border of Roberts and Oaktree County. 8 miles north of the Vista Ranch Mesa Airport, probably a tornado down there. That thing's got a very impressive structure. It's slowly moving east. Otherwise, all these other storms developing from southwest of Memphis to Turkey to Floyd Data, all the way down to Rawls, the city of Lubbock, have the potential to produce large hail and localized damaging wind gusts. over 60 miles an hour. Down here in the Permian Basin, we've got a severe storm about to cross Highway 180. That's going to be east of Seminole. That storm could have strong winds over 65 miles an hour as it crosses over Highway 180 east of Seminole, well west of La Mesa. We've got other storms in progress. Down Highway 115 southwest of Andrews, all the way down towards almost Kermit. And we've got another storm with the potential for hail about to cross over Highway 176 between Andrews and Tarzan, pretty much near Highway 349, well north of Odessa and Midland. For now, nothing's coming up to attack Odessa or Midland, although given the fact it is now May, that means it's clearly time for y'all to get in on your annual softball-sized hailer. So we'll keep an eye out just to make sure nothing fires up south of town that tries to throw softball-sized hail at y'all. All right, otherwise, back here in portions of North Texas, we got scattered showers and thunderstorms. We got a storm over Mahia with the potential of wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. That includes Mahia, Wortham, Coolidge, Lake Mahia, Fort Parker State Park, Conjin, Fallon, and Shiloh. Sorry, I went into twister mode. And then we've got scattered showers and storms across areas just west of Waco. Those are moving north. I'll put the loop on this. All right, who is confirming a tornado? All right, not surprisingly, we've got a report of a confirmed tornado now. With this circulation on the the Roberts Oldtree County line, this storm is going to be moving from west to east at 10 whole miles an hour. A confirmed tornado located 13 miles southeast of Spearman, moving east at 10 miles an hour. This is going to remain over rural portions of northern Roberts and far southern Oldtree counties. This is not an issue for the city of Perryton. This is not an issue for Spearman, Farnsworth, Lord, Waka. This is not an issue for Highway 15? Is that 15? I keep wanting to say 54. I don't know why. Yeah, Highway 15. This is going to be an issue for Highway 70, south of, way south of Perryton, way north of Pampa. We're in no man's land out here. It's very rural, but there's a tornado down. Farther south, we have the tornado warning that does include Headley. Those of you in Headley on 287 should be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Set a room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It may be rain wrapped, so you're probably not going to see it. Zoom out. You can see we got plenty of showers and thunderstorms. These are moving generally east-northeast, the potential for large hail, localized damaging wind gusts. Heavy rain, and a few of these storms may produce spin-up tornadoes. Okay. Mr. Yason needed more monitors. Mr. Yason has more monitors. All right. Let's take a look back at the zoomed in portion. You see, this is what happens when your content manager, who happens to handle all of what's going on in the background, sends you a picture of a monitor with like 10 windows arranged around it.
Warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
So, it is also convenient when you have his address so you can order such things and have them delivered overnight. Poor Mr. Yason. Alright, let's go back to the high-res weather radar.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
Now here's what I'm starting to see northwest of Turkey. You can see that little appendage on the radar. Right there. That probably is going to move east-northeast slowly. That is probably about to be a tornado on Highway 70 northwest of Turkey. Now this one's closer to Turkey. This is going to be about 8 miles. Are we done?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
Guess what? There's a lot of storms. Okay, so we're about to have a tornado on Highway 70 about 8 to 9 miles northwest of Turkey. This circulation going to be moving east-northeast at about, 20, 25 miles an hour. You can see that wrapping hook there back on the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see, oh yeah, we got a tornado developing right there. That's going to need a tornado warning. That'll be northwest of Turkey, over rural areas northwest of Turkey. That'll include Highway 70, south of Highway 246. Please be 246. 256, of course. Why couldn't it be? Y'all are looking at it right here on the screen, mind you, but I've got 10 monitors around me. I'm looking at various different products here to keep an eye on things. But again, we have what is probably a tornado down just west of Highway 70, east of Highway 256, maybe 3 miles south of the 256-70 intersection, about 8 to 9 miles north of Turkey, moving northeast, east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. We've got storms around Headley. These storms capable of producing a tornado, not as strong of a velocity signature as the storm northwest of Turkey, but nevertheless capable of a spin-up tornado, large hail up to the size of golf balls, damaging straight-line winds crossing over Highway 287 around Headley at this time. Further north, the storm that was in Clarendon's up on I-40, it's evaporated. We've got a storm with a tornado down well northwest of Pampa, well southwest of Perryton, well east of Stinnett, well southeast of Spearman. Closest reference I can give to that is it's going to be pretty much at this point 8 miles due north of the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport. This is going to be about 9 miles west of Highway 70 on the Roberts-Oak Tree County line. And again, this is not a threat for the city of Perryton. This is not a threat for Spearman. This is not a threat to Pampa. This is over very rural portions of northern Roberts, far southern Oak Tree counties. We've got a possible tornado a few miles west of Headley here on Highway 287. This storm moving towards Headley at about 25 miles an hour. And then we've got a storm northwest of...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
It's going to be for this circulation we're looking at right here. This is going to be a tornado likely in progress based off the velocity signatures. This is going to be well northwest of Turkey. It'll pop up here in just a second, but I'll read the warning. At 5:30 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 6 miles northeast of Caprock Canyon State Park and is stationary. Yay. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, large hail. It's going to be in eastern Briscoe County, western Hall County, and that's a tornado warning until 6 p.m. It does not include Turkey. It doesn't include Lakeview. It doesn't include Memphis. Doesn't include any of those folks right now, but it's going to be something we're watching carefully given the very strong rotation and the potential for it to produce a tornado at any time. Farther northeast, we've got a tornado warning. This is going to be until 5:45 p.m. for western Collingsworth, southeastern Donley counties. Possible tornado near Leela Lake, 9 miles southeast of Clarendon. That's going to be moving northeast towards 287 around Leela Lake down to Headley, the potential for baseball-size hail. Not super-duper strong low-level rotation with this right now, but definitely capable of producing a spin-up tornado. We've had a report of a funnel cloud earlier. Farther northeast, this storm's been dropping tornadoes left and right about 9 miles north of the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport. Again, this is the middle of nowhere. This is across northern portions of Roberts, southern Oak Tree counties. And again, that's going to be a tornado-producing thunderstorm that eventually extends to Highway 70. Again, the way it looks now, this is in the middle of nowhere. I'm trying to get a road reference, so give me a second. I'll just pull up Google Maps. It's going to be crossing FM 281 at Highway 70. That's about where it's...
Jenny just sent me a hail video, so I'll have audio ready to go with that to northwest of Headley.
All right, and here's Jenny Brown's look northwest of Headley on 287. Okay, I think he still has to load it. Just let me know, Mr. Yason. And yeah, Jason, if you're listening, you'll have to let me know. I'm not monitoring the picture feed at full time right now.
Sorry.
Simply because I've got 50 million other things going on with monitors. All right. This is from Storm Chaser Jenny Brown, northwest of Headley, southeast of Clarendon. You can see the little truck train there. Jenny getting some pretty good size hail. Looks like at least $50 to ping pongs. A lot of it. Just had a report of tennis ball size hail in that area, so she's probably about to get hail a lot bigger than that. But again, that is the hail falling near Headley up to Leela Lake on 287. All right, we need to get back to the radar. It looks like we have what could be a pretty substantial tornado in progress now northwest of Turkey by about 7 to 9 miles, approaching Highway, ironically, I think that's also Highway 70. Boy, Highway 70 is not the place to be today. Again, that's going to be a tornado about 8 miles northwest of Turkey. Very strong indications of low-level rotation with this thunderstorm. And that means we could have a tornado drop at any point. This is just northeast of Caprock Canyon State Park. I know someone who was there about a month ago. And again, very strong rotation continues with this thunderstorm. You can see blues moving towards the radar in Amarillo, winds moving away in red. We'll switch over. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 75. We got winds moving away from the radar at about 35 to 40 to 50. So again, 120, 130 mile an hour shear with this thunderstorm. If there's a tornado, it's likely near Highway 70. Computer's about to squeal.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe, Floyd, Hall, and Motley County in Texas.
We've got multiple storms with very large hail now developing back on Highway 86 from just west of Turkey to southeast of Silverton. Jason, if you're listening, you're going to have to tell me how to say this name because I'm going to mess it up, but Quitiqueu, I know it's on the list. In fact, I've got a pronunciation guide here. I've literally got a PDF of 30 pages with Texas city names. And this is the one where I'm going to look it up. There we go. Kitakaw. Close enough. So again, this would be from near Kitakaw to Turkey. Hail could be larger than the size of golf balls. And those storms moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. We have what could have softball-sized hail at Highway 70, Highway 256 north of Turkey, with what appears to be a tornadic signature in the velocity department. We have a storm on 287 dropping golf ball size hail at least. That storm also moving northeast very slowly, maybe 10 to 15 miles an hour. So if you're around Lila Lake, you're getting pummeled by hail right now. Further north, we've got a supercell with a tornado down. This is going to be on this is going to be, I can at least put a marker on here to show y'all. We'll put it where that hook is now. About 7 miles west of Highway 70 and the Roberts-Oaktree County line. This is going to be coming up very close at some point here soon to Highway 70 and North River Road as it crosses over the river there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Killingsworth and Donley County in Texas.
Passing south of the Mesa Vista Overlook, at least the tornado. The hail? No, the hail's going to get the Vista Overlook. Back south. We got severe storms getting going. From Floydada to Rawls, east sides of Lubbock County, all the way back down towards Tahoka. We've got storms now with hail, strong wind from east to Seagraves, east to Seminole, west of O'Donnell, west of La Mesa on highways 83, 137, 180. We've got additional storms on 115 up to the city of Andrews, east on 176 towards 349. All these storms generally moving to the northeast at 15 to 25 miles an hour. I'll go ahead and put a loop back so y'all can see what's going on. Excuse me. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning further east, a storm over Mahia to Teague, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds to 60, and heavy rainfall that could cause flooding. We've got storms extending back west to west, Hillsborough, Crawford, Clifton, Meridian, Those are slowly moving north. Most of those are not severe. They do have small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain that could cause some flooding.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Ochiltree and Roberts County in Texas.
Again, that's going to be this storm up here on the Ochiltree, Roberts County line. You can see this storm does have a very pronounced hook echo and has had multiple reports of a tornado with it over the recent, 30 minutes, really. Oh, excuse me. And that's going to be moving.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
A confirmed tornado was located 17 miles southeast of Spearman, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Source, live storm chaser video. Wow. Okay, so again, this storm in northern Roberts County has a confirmed tornado. Not a surprise. We've been talking about it for a while now. It's an impressive storm. We've got, looks like someone just sent a picture. We do have, maybe a tornado down north of Turkey. Again, that's not a threat to Turkey. That's going to be near Highway 256 at Highway 70. And all these storms generally moving northeast at 15 to 30 miles an hour. Yeah, it's busy. Yeah, it's busy. We're going to stay busy into tonight. So again, the potential for damaging straight line winds, large hail, and apparently tornadoes with the most intense storms, especially in the Panhandle. Farther south into the Permian Basin, West Texas, the potential for the strongest storms as they move northeast to produce large hail, localized damaging winds, a low tornado threat, and then across portions of North Texas and the hill country south central Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Garza, Lynn, and Terry County in Texas.
So again, we got plenty of severe storm warnings. We've got scattered showers and storms that are mostly behaving in North Texas, Central Texas, the hill country. That activity will be moving northeast. At this point, they're behaving. We got a storm near Mahia with some quarter-size hail and flooding. We've got storms at ports of the hill country, North Texas, slowly moving north with heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. All right, if I'm going to have to do this, let's try. All right. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Well, we have a few minutes. I need to go visit the little boy's room. So we're going to be back by 6. Sooner, hopefully sooner, but depends on how things go. So we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. All right, we just had a report of a Let's see, I believe that is from just north of Turkey. And indeed, that's a tornado from north of Turkey from storm chaser Blake Brown, the Texas Panhandle. So again, that storm, that was a tornado. That was the storm we were talking about a bit before we had to perform emergency visit the little boys' room maneuver. But we're back, and again, that's view from Blake Brown of a tornado near Turkey about 5 minutes ago. As we go back over to the radar, let's go over what we've got going on as an overview. Scattered severe thunderstorms now underway in a broken line, really, from, here, we'll just do this, a broken line of supercells from near Clarendon and Headley in the Panhandle on 287 southwest through Turkey to Floydada to Rawls to almost to Tahoka to Welch west of O'Donnell, west of La Mesa, all the way down now towards Andrews. Storms generally moving northeast at about 15 to 25 miles an hour. The potential for the strongest storms to produce large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. Some of these may produce tornadoes. We have a complex of storms, a little complex, just northwest of Sanderson, just northwest being like 10 miles. That's moving southeast at about 30. That could have large hail damaging winds. We've got scattered showers and thunderstorms underway across portions of the hill country, south central Texas, central Texas, into north Texas, generally moving north. Most of these are behaving themselves. The potential with large hail in a storm around Mahia. Otherwise, at this point, they're behaving with heavy rain, localized gusty winds. We'll keep an eye on these storms. Some of them may try to get rowdy. Otherwise, storms are going to come in from the west tonight. All these storms out west are going to congeal, move east as a squall line to Interstate 35 by tomorrow morning. All right. Let's get back to what we've got going on now with the spinny doom issues. We've got a tornado warning. This is going to be, again, approaching Highway 70 now very shortly on the Oak Tree, Roberts County line. This thunderstorm has a history of producing 4 or 5 tornadoes now. Not sure if we have one down at this point. Still impressive rotation. Still impressive reflectivity signature on the how hard it's raining mode. So this storm could produce a tornado again at any point. We've got storms down here. The storm near Headley's no longer tornado warned. That storm's got hail. It's moving northeast to 287. We've got multiple storms from west of Memphis on Highway 256 to Lakeview, down 256 and 70 all the way to Turkey. These storms, the potential for large hail, damaging winds, the potential for a few tornadoes. This storm near north of Turkey produced a tornado a few minutes ago. Again, I'll show you that. It's going to be the tornado north of Turkey from storm chaser Blake Brown about 10 minutes ago. You can see it's partially wrapped in rain. That tornado should have lifted now, but we can't rule out another tornado at any time. And again, these storms are moving northeast at about, generally speaking, about 20 miles an hour. Mic is crackly. Well, that's no good. Are we doing okay now?
Are you trying to grow your...
Sorry, you got ads. My mic is crackly. Test, test, test. It works for y'all?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews, Dawson, Gaines, and Martin County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 7 miles north-northwest of Turkey in Hall County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, brief tornado touchdown 7 miles north-northwest of Turkey.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's working now.
Tornado. Reported by emergency manager. Additional
Sorry, you're going to have a bit of an echo. Okay. Well, hopefully it's working now. Okay, it's working now. Y'all had a minute of echo. My apologies. We're back to normal. All right, so again, that was a report from up here. That was the tornado near Highway 256 and Highway 70. And we had a visual of that from Storm Chaser Blake Brown, north of Turkey. This was about, at this point, 10, 12 minutes ago. That tornado has since lifted. But, okay, that's excessive, computer.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews and Gaines County in Texas.
We note the storms down towards Floydada and Rawls are starting to intensify again. Or not again, just intensify in general. That means the potential for them to produce hail is increasing soon. Right. All right. We'll go back to the radar. This loop, show you what's going on across the state. Again, we've got scattered showers and storms, North Texas, parts of the hill country. Most of those are behaving. And that activity, for the most part, moving to the northeast. We have some scattered showers in the hill country. Those moving northeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby and Floyd County in Texas.
You can see we've got several severe thunderstorms now underway across West Texas, the eastern Texas Panhandle into the Permian Basin. Those storms moving mostly to the east-northeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And you can hear it's just a never-ending fun.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell County in Texas.
So we've got, at this time, one tornado warning, and that's going to be for this storm on the Roberts-Oldtree County line up here in the northeastern Panhandle. This is not a threat to the city of Perryton. This is not a threat to the city of Booker. This is well east of Highway 207 and 15. This is a threat to Highway 70 and the Mesa Lookout northeast of the Valley Ranch Mesa Airport. This eventually is just probably going to keep moving east-northeast. This could eventually be a threat to the communities, areas northwest of Canadian. Eventually maybe making its way into northern Hemphill County around maybe by 7 o'clock, passing north of Canadian unless it turns southeast. Otherwise, it would be an issue for the community of Glacier there at Highway 60 and 305. Again, these are the northeastern portions of the Texas Panhandle. Farther south, we have scattered thunderstorms capable of producing large hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and at times tornadoes, now extending from near Headley to Leslie, Lakeview, back southwest to Turkey. We just had a report of softball-size hail on Highway 256 and Highway 70 north of Turkey from that storm that produced a tornado 7 miles northwest of Turkey about 10 minutes ago. We showed you that. My webcam's frozen. Okay, well, that's okay. And then again, these storms farther southwest to Turkey, to Katakü. We've got storms going up now northwest of Rawls, west of Cone, southwest of Floydada. Those storms, the potential for large hail increasing quickly as they slowly move, probably for now looks like east-northeast at about 20 miles an hour. We'll see, that may turn east. Farther southwest, Lubbock County, you're doing okay for now, but we've got some storms from near New Hope to West Point to Brownfield. Moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Those are moving more northeast quickly. Again, all these storms down into the northern Permian Basin could have hail as they move north-northeast. And then way down the Big Bend near Sanderson now, we've got storms from pretty much now east of Marathon to near Longfellow. This cluster of storms going to be impacting both Highway 90, Highway 285 as you go west and north out of Sanderson. There could be quarter to ping pong ball size hail, winds 50 to 60 miles an hour, very heavy rain, and blowing dust. Further east into the hill country, portions of north central Texas, we have a severe storm over Mahia that's just sitting there. That is producing very, very heavy rainfall, and that's going to result in a pretty significant flooding issue here soon. If that doesn't let up, and so far it's not. We've got a storm over Meridian up to Walnut Springs, east of Iredell and Bosque County. That storm is showing some indications of producing nickel-size hail. We could have some pretty nasty wind with that. All right, here's the video from Blake Brown, north of Turkey. This is from about 20 minutes ago now. That's going to be your tornado that was down about 7 miles north-northwest of Turkey in portions of the southeastern Texas Panhandle, not far northeast of Caprock Canyon State Park. And these storms continuing in areas around Turkey. Again, we've got a hailer west of Turkey. We've got a storm north of Turkey. Tornado warning north of Turkey is gone.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Johnson, and Somervell County in Texas.
We were just talking about that storm around Bosque County moving up towards generally Glen Rose, it looks like. The potential for a bit of hail with that. You can see that new severe thunderstorm warning from Meridian up 144 to Glen Rose into southwestern Johnson County. Down up towards Blum, the potential for some hail with that storm as it moves northeast, north at about 20 miles an hour, some strong winds with that. But again, the only tornado warning we have at this time is this thunderstorm that is on Highway 70 on the pretty much 25 miles south of Perryton. Not an issue for Perryton. The Old Tree, Roberts County line, this storm could have put a tornado down again at any time. It's been a cyclic tornado producer, capable of producing tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds. And again, we have No communities out here. This is passing a couple miles south of the Mesa Lookout pull-off on 70. It's hailing up there. The tornado would be right on the Old Tree, Roberts County line in the northeastern Texas Panhandle. Back out. All right, so let's take a look at what we expect for tonight. Do that, we're going to clear everything off the map. Switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll show from 8 o'clock this evening through 10 a.m. tomorrow. And while this loads, I'll talk over it. You can see it thinks we're going to have severe storms around New Braunfels at 8 o'clock. We'll see. That's probably being a little overzealous with that, but nevertheless, it'll at least allow us to keep that in mind. You can see storms are going to move from west to east tonight across North Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, into portions of Texoma, Southeast Texas by tomorrow morning. Strongest storms moving in a squall line tonight from west to east. The potential for large hail, damaging straight line winds. Maybe a few embedded tornadoes. Heavy rain. But for the next few hours, the highest severe weather threat will be in the eastern Texas Panhandle, West Texas, with a lower severe weather risk into portions of North Texas and Central Texas. All right, let's go back to the radar. I want to take a look at the storm in North Texas that's got that new severe weather warning. First off, Mahia, you've got a storm over you. You could have quarter-size hail, strong winds, very heavy rainfall, causing flooding. Flooding's going to be the main issue with that. Watching this supercell taking shape now, and yeah, it's a supercell, moving north, almost north-northwest.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lubbock and Linn County in Texas.
Up Highway 144 towards Glenrose. Notice it actually has a bit of a hook. No low-level rotation at this point, but the threat for quarter-size hail with that storm, and that would be in Glenrose by 7 p.m., moving north. We've got another storm trying to take shape now just north of Valley Mills. That's going to be moving north as well towards Laguna Park, maybe Whitney, Copperell. We'll have to watch that for indications of some hail developing, as these storms have perked up a bit now over the last 20 minutes. And we've got other little cells getting going across parts of the northern Brazos Valley into the hill country. Blanco, you've got a little cluster of heavy rain, lightning, small hail, gusty winds. A little bit of rotation. Southwest of Blanco, right there. Nothing super strong, but we're going to have to watch that carefully. But again, we are starting to see an uptick in some of these storms in the hill country and North Texas. We're going to watch those carefully. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now. The Lubbock radar is down. I don't know why I'm bothering trying to use that. We've got severe storms now moving into eastern Lubbock County. This is going to be the eastern sides of the city of Lubbock towards Ransom Canyon, Sladen, up towards Idalou, Lorenzo over the next 30 minutes as that storm moves to the northeast at about probably 20 miles an hour. That could have large hail, strong winds, blowing dust, heavy rain. Back out again, the only tornado warning we're dealing with right now in the state of Texas. We note new storms firing quickly now towards Spearman and the Panhandle. So Spearman up to Perryton. Be mindful, you do have additional supercells developing now around Spearman, east of Groover. Those could pose a threat to the city of Perryton in the next hour. We'll have to monitor. Conditions are favorable for them to become severe very quickly here with large hail sooner rather than later. We still have a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Highway 70 on the Oltree-Roberts County line. This is now honestly about 30 miles northwest of Canadian, 20 to 25 miles south of Perryton, 20 to 25 miles east of Spearman, and at this point still 30 plus miles west of Glacier and Lipscomb, the only communities this would really be moving towards right now. So it's just going to remain over rural portions of northern Roberts, eventually northwestern Hemphill, southwestern Lipscomb, and southern Oltree counties over the next hour or two, with the potential for all modes of severe weather. These storms developing near Spearman to Groover could quickly become severe over the next 30 minutes with a threat of damaging hail, strong winds. We'll keep an eye out for signs of rotation. Further south, we've got a big old cluster of supercells right now, kind of going through a reorganization process across from Cataque to Turkey up towards Lakeview. The expectation is these storms are probably going to be fighting each other for a little bit, but eventually we're probably going to see one dominant storm take hold here, and that would allow for some reorganization. Right now, we don't see any pockets of sustained low-level rotation with this. Again, as long as these storms keep fighting each other, it's going to be difficult for them to try to spin something up. We can see now from Floyd data down Highway 62 to north of Rawls, this storm showing a very impressive hail signature. That could bring damaging hail to to Floyd data in the next several minutes. Back in North Texas,
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
Restart the radar real quick. We've got thunderstorms over Mahia to T, capable of quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain that will cause flooding. Oh, come on, thing. Oh, it was loading. I just cut it off. Well, guess that's my excuse to drink caffeine. All right, back in we go. We've got a severe storm northwest of Meridian approaching Walnut Springs. That could have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain. That's moving north, almost north-northwest at 20 miles an hour. That does include the city of Glen Rose, Meridian State Park, Dinosaur Valley State Park, Walnut Springs, Morgan, Eulogy, Copperell, and Brazos Point. We've got a supercell taking shape north of Valley Mills, east of Clifton. That's moving north as well, generally speaking, towards Whitney, Laguna Park. That storm probably is going to need a severe thunderstorm warning very momentarily. That could likely become severe soon with large hail, localized damaging winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hockley, Lubbock, Lynn, and Terry County in Texas.
And again, we've got this storm from Coolidge to Mahia to Taig, northeast of Groesbeck. That has strong winds, heavy rain with flooding, and maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Farther south, again, we've got isolated to scattered storms that are increasing in organization now. Notice we've got even a storm just north of Spring. Most of these remain sub-severe with heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds. Back in the Big Bend we go. Where we'll end up, no one knows. Okay, we've got severe storms approaching Sanderson from the northwest, capable of large hail, damaging winds, flooding, rainfall. Back north we go. We've got storms in West Texas.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
These storms here, I'm going to do this. Oops, I broke it. Again, we've got storms in West Texas, parts of the eastern Panhandle generally moving north-northeast, having the potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and at times, some tornado threat. You can see these storms in eastern Lubbock County moving northeast, the potential for heavy rainfall. I'll go ahead and just load a loop.
Texas local storm report from Woodrow in Lubbock County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by fire department/rescue.
Okay, so that's what's going on with these storms down across West Texas. Lubbock, you're going to get in for it in the next hour. Lubbock, increasing potential for hail, flooding, strong winds, blowing dust, with these storms coming in from Brownfield to Meadow to Tahoka to Wilson, moving north towards Leveland, Smythe, Lubbock, Idalou, all those locations.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
And again, we're just going to be dealing with severe storm warnings out the wazoo most of the evening. You can see the cluster around Turkey up to southwest of Memphis to Lakeview, starting to show some increasing organization again. We've still got storms fighting over each other, which is keeping the tornado threat low, but we do have a bit of rotation now with this area of circulation west of Turkey, north of Katakau. That may require a tornado warning. That would stay north of Turkey. It looks like that moving northeast. We've got a storm going up again southwest of Clarendon. That could have hail. We've got storms again. This one on the border of Roberts and Ochiltree counties. Tornado, large hail, wind now probably just east of Highway 70. That might be closer to the Mesa viewing pull-off than I wanted it to be. This storm literally moving east at 10 miles an hour. Middle of nowhere. It's eventually going to be crossing Highway 83 in southeastern Ochiltree County. Not an issue for any communities. This thing north of Spearman, on the other hand, is a problem. This is a supercell that has rapidly developed over the last 15 minutes. Now severe, capable of producing at least golf ball size hail. If it does what these other storms have done, it's going to start throwing out baseballs real quick. Thunderstorm capable of throwing out large hail, damaging winds, etc. as it moves east-northeast. So this could be an issue areas north of Spearman, over up Highway 15 towards Waka, Farnsworth, Lord, and maybe an issue for Perryton within an hour. Just east of Hansford, you can see a pretty good hail dump now just east of, or Hansford County, obviously, just east of Groover. And again, no defined low-level rotation with that right now, but we'll be watching it like a top. I'm a little worried about this cell southwest of Spearman because it's probably about to be ingested by the supercell just north of Spearman, which may help kickstart a low-level mesocyclone in an area of rotation. We're going to be watching it carefully, though.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
Okay, back to North Texas we go. Let's take a look at these storms. Severe storm over Mahia to Tague. Quarter-size hail, strong winds, flooding. I think that's going to be the main issue there, flooding. Walnut Springs, you could begin on quarter-size hail right now. Severe storm moving north at about 20 miles an hour. That's going to be in the city of Glenrose by 7 p.m. with some hail. We've got a supercell taking shape east of Clifton now. I would think it's quite safe to assume there's at least quarter-size hail with that falling right now. That's probably going to be falling just southwest of Laguna Park, about to cross over Highway 22 between Meridian and Laguna Park. That could have at least quarter-size hail, if not a bit bigger. That's moving north towards Laguna Park and Highway 22. Okay, let's go farther south. We've got a strong storm southwest of Centerville, west of Leona, moving north, heavy rain, maybe some petadime-size hail. We've got a storm on the north sides of Temple and Belton. That's moving north towards Moody. Small hail, heavy rain, lightning. We've got a larger storm over Blanco, moving towards Johnson City. Maybe some small hail, strong wind gusts, and heavy rainfall.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong and Donley County in Texas.
The Big Bend. We've got a cluster of thunderstorms capable of strong winds. Why is that thrown off with that? Okay. Of strong winds moving from near Iran down to Sanderson east at about 30 miles an hour. Back up into West Texas, we've got thunderstorms just west of La Mesa, quarter-size hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall, all moving northeast. We've got a more impressive cluster of heavy thunderstorms capable of quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail, large or heavy wind. Hold on, let's try that again. Large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, the potential for blowing dust, and maybe some flooding around the city of Lubbock as this moves north at about 30 miles an hour towards highways 62, 114, 84, Interstate 27, the city of Lubbock. We've got a storm on the east side of Lubbock County. That's not as impressive looking now. Still may have hail wind. Switching back up into the Panhandle. Yippity-yee, yippity-doo, yay. We've got hail falling on Highway 62 between Rawls and Floydada. That storm's moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. We've got supercells from near north of Catacue to Turkey, northeast to Lakeview. We do have a pocket of rotation showing up near Catacue that had a report of a brief tornado about 8 minutes ago. No tornado warning with that, but we're going to have to watch that as this storm eventually is probably going to start moving east, northeast again soon at about 15. I think this storm northwest of Turkey is going to become our dominant supercell.
Local storm report from 1 mile northeast of Turkey in Hall County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 3.00 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, measured 3.1 inches with a micrometer.
The computer can say micrometer? Wow, I'm actually impressed.
I don't know if you saw that, but there is a tornado report. Kitty K.
Get a K, thank you.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque and Hill County in Texas.
All right, so again, Kitty K, this is going to be a storm that is apparently at least produced a brief spin-up tornado in the last 10 minutes. That's going to be north of Highway 86 now, north of Kittikay, but we're going to have to watch it as it also moves up towards 256 and 70. Flooding, big-time issue there. New severe storms develop southwest of Clarendon. It's moving at a whole 10 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail, winds to 60. We'll watch it. Storm capable of producing a tornado now east of Highway 70 in southeastern Oak Tree County. This is going to be not a threat to really any communities at all. This is going to be 20 miles southeast of Perryton. At some point, it may make it into Lipscomb County and pose a threat to what roads are these? Whatever. Western Lipscomb County, still staying way south of Booker. All that. We've got a storm near Spearman. Two storms, really. We're going to have to watch this area closely as these two cells interact and probably merge with each other. I'll loop the radar over the last couple minutes just to show you how quickly these have developed. Hail, yeah. And then at some point, these are going to be in the vicinity of favorable low-level kinematics and thermodynamics, so we're going to have to watch for the potential for a tornado with this at some point, but for right now, we're okay. After these cells merge or one of these become dominant, we may see the threat increase.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco County in Texas.
All right, the storms in North Texas and Central Texas are getting...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lipscomb, Ochiltree, and Roberts County in Texas.
It's a never-ending story. And again, you can hear, I've got that on not only for y'all to hear, but for me to hear. It helps me maintain situational awareness. As you can see, we've got dozens of severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. I'm not going to be able to talk about half of them, at least. If I'm talking about a storm near you, it's because it's the worst of the worst. These storms near Spearman, we're going to have to watch for indications of low-level rotation as they generally progress up towards Perryton over the next hour. I might as well just restart that program since I did that. We've got a severe storm now just east of Clifton, approaching Highway 22 near Laguna Park, Lake Whitney State Park. The Lake Whitney, that could have golf ball size hail now. That is in eastern Bosque.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
Yeah. All right, so again, here's your trio. We've got a storm sitting on Mahia. It's sitting. This is where we can get 10 inches of rain in the span of 3 hours. Dangerous flooding on 84 from Mahia to Taig, down to Groesbeck, up to Wortham, and Curvin to Fairfield. Travel strongly discouraged, the potential for life-threatening flash flooding there. We've got two supercells further west. One on Highway 144 moving towards Glenrose with quarter-size hail. A second severe storm approaching Highway 22 southwest of Whitney near the State Park, Laguna Park, just east of Clifton. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail. That's moving north at 20. These storms moving north pretty slowly, but they're moving north at 20, so they're not doing your typical southwest to northeast or east, west to east, etc. They're booking, they're cooking, and yeah, they are producing quite a bit of rain and hail. Back west, take your pick, it's storming. I'll just switch to the Amarillo radar since the Lubbock radar is out. We've got a cluster of severe storms about to impact the city of Lubbock and much of Lubbock County. Those storms are moving from south to north at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles an hour, damaging straight-line winds. With that, blowing dust and flooding. We've got a severe storm on Highway 207 between Floyd Data and Rawls. 62, whatever. That's going to be northwest of Rawls, moving northeast very slowly. It's showing some mid-level rotation. We're going to have to watch that southwest of Floyd Data. Which the Lubbock radar was working. That would help. This supercell near Turkey is getting its act together again real quick. We're starting to see that defined flying eagle shape again with the hook echo developing. This may be our next candidate for a thunderstorm to produce a tornado as it slowly moves northeast of... Hold on. We're going to find the audio message with the magical...
That.
Oh.
Kitty K. Kitty K. Kitty K.
Thank you. Kitty K. So north of Kitty...
Local storm report from Mexia in Limestone County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, multiple roads flooded in Mexia with one water rescue completed at 800 e-commerce.
So yeah, water problems in Mahia, north of Kittikay, northwest of Turkey. This storm's probably moving more to the east than this track shows. But again, if you're in Kittikay, Turkey, Bryce, the potential for softball-sized hail, damaging winds, and this storm may go tornadic again at some point soon. It's getting that look again. Further north, we've lost the tornado warning across southeastern Moultrie counties. This storm capable of producing hail, strong winds, still showing rotation. But I'll tell you what, I think our next problem is going to be this storm around Spearman. When this organization's complete, this cell merger, this thing's developing a very strong mesocyclone very quickly now near Spearman. So as that occurs, and we see organization, the threat of a tornado may increase near Spearman in eastern Hansford County over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So again, those of you in Spearman, over to Waka, east of Groover, east of Barnstein, across rural portions of northeastern Hansford County in the Panhandle, and even into portions of western Moultrie counties, you need to pay attention to this storm as it has the potential to go tornadic over the next 20 to 30 to 40 minutes as we see this storm merger occur. Here, I'll show you what I mean when this storm merger's done. We saw something like this yesterday in southwest Oklahoma. We can see these on these dry line days where wind shear aloft isn't as strong. We see cell mergers, or we see cells just essentially form just south of one sustained storm. They get ingested, they merge, and that helps kickstart the low-level mesocyclone and increase the probability of tornado genesis. That might be what's starting to happen here. You can see we're starting to get a hook with that southern storm, and low-level rotations ramping up real quick with this. So yeah, I think we're probably going to have a tornado warning soon for the city of Spearman and across eastern portions of Hansford County. I don't know why our chasers are still staying up in Dodge City, but clearly they really must like Kansas, because some of our chasers are sitting in Dodge City looking at storms with bases over 10,000 feet, missing out on, you know, tornadic supercells in the Panhandle, but they're lost. We've got Jenny Brown, Blake Brown, no relation to each other. They're out here. They're on the storms across portions of the southeastern Texas Panhandle, northwest of Turkey. This storm's starting to also have a look to it. And then we've got storms about to roll north into the city of Lubbock with damaging winds, hail, blowing dust, heavy rain that could cause flooding. We've got storms down in the northern Permian Basin from La Mesa back west on 180 towards Seminole. Those could have some small hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rainfall. Back in North Texas, we've got a couple of severe storms and flooding. Bahia over to Taig on Highway 84. Major flooding with many roads underwater at this point. Water rescues underway, so that's not a good situation. That storm's still dropping. Prolifically heavy rains, hail. Back here further west, Walnut Springs, supercell with quarter-sized hail, maybe a little larger, moving north towards the city of Glen Rose. Northwest, it's just riding up 144. That could have quarter-sized hail, Glen Rose by 7 o'clock. Supercell about to cross Highway 22 just west of Laguna Park. That could have quarter to ping-pong ball-sized hail. That storm moving north at about 25 to 30 miles an hour with heavy rain, hail, strong winds. Let's go into central Texas. We've got a severe thunderstorm now that has finally become severe over Blanco. That's going to be on Highway 163, moving northeast towards Johnson City. If it turns right, which it may, it could be more of a threat to Highway 290. Areas northeast of Blanco, west of Dripping Springs, again towards kind of Hangley versus Johnson City. We'll keep an eye on that. That storm could have quarter-sized hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall. We'll monitor. And then we've got some storms going up on Interstate 45 from Leona to Centerville. Those could have small hail. If they intensify, maybe some quarter-sized hail. They're moving north-northeast, about 30 miles an hour. Can you tell we're busy today? So that is the overview of the land. Short and sweet is all these storms in the western portion of Texas, the Panhandle, the Permian Basin, are going to form into a squall line that moves east overnight into northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill country, the Brazos Valley, in southeast Texas, probably by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, meaning, yeah, it's going to storm tonight. Strongest storms, we'll turn the severe weather outlook on. Here's the severe weather outlook for tonight into tomorrow morning. You can see scattered to several severe thunderstorms are possible across the areas I just mentioned. Main issues going to be hail, damaging winds especially once storms grow upscale into a squall line, and then the potential for a few tornadoes as well, especially with these discrete storms in the Panhandle, and the potential for a few embedded spin-up tornadoes in that squall line as it moves from west to east tonight across the various regions I just mentioned. But for now, that's your update on that. We're going to go back to the Panhandle now. We've got supercells. We've got storm over far southeastern Oak Tree County. That's produced tornadoes over the last few hours. Currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see if it ends up doing something problematic again, but it's over very rural areas. The storm near Spearman, on the other hand, is not, and it's act together. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail increasing. That storm moving northeast slowly at this point, but could be an issue for Waka, Farnsworth, Lord, and maybe the city of Perryton over the next 60 to 90 minutes on Highway 15. Again, this thing's only moving 10 to 15 miles an hour. This storm could eventually go tornadic, especially as the cell merger finishes up. We've got a mid-level mesocyclone quite strong with this storm moving over Spearman right now, so we may see some organizational increase in that, and that would require a tornado warning. This is green line you're looking at is the dry line. It's been moving back west or retreating. We may see additional storms fire up east of that over the next few hours, which would bring more storms to the eastern half of the Panhandle, even if some of y'all were east of the dry line, or west of the dry line earlier. Oh, they really probably should put a tornado warning on this storm just west of Spearman. That thing's doing some spinny, doom indicators here. Here's the latest reflectivity scan from the Amarillo radar. Again, you can see that hook echo now on the southwest, or just west of Spearman. Dog's going to break in the door. Hi. Okay, we're done. Okay, so that storm there, you can see the mid-level mesocyclone. As this cell merger finishes up, we could have the tornado threat increase around the city of Spearman over the next 20 to 30 minutes. All right, let's take a look at what's going on down here in Turkey. You can see this storm has finished its little merger, whatever. There were like 4 or 5 storms in that area, all trying to dominate the environment, and this one just north of, well, hold on a second. We have the correct pronunciation.
KK.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Okay, it's going to be a tornado warning now for the city of Spearman. That was what I was just talking about. It's good to know I do know a little mesoscale meteorology, or at least pattern recognition.
Photo from Jenny Brown.
Or at least a pattern recognition. All right, we'll load that. It's going to be the photo from Kittikay. That's going to be on the southern storm we were just talking about. You can see a well-defined wall cloud there. That's going to be north of Kittikay with that intensifying supercell. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. That could go tornadic again at some point over the next couple of hours. And again, this is your wall cloud right here. This is where air is being ingested up into the thunderstorm and flying up at about 50,000 feet. Almost looks like a little bit of a rear flank downdraft or clear slot right there. But again, we'll be watching that storm carefully over the next while as it moves generally northwest of Turkey, northeast of Kittikay. All right, I don't know why the tornado warning's not on my graphic over here. This warning server better not have gone dookie again, but regardless, I'll try this. All right, we'll just do this. Stand by. I'll just restart the program. Easy enough. This needs to go sit up here so I can access it. That's it. I'm buying a 3rd graphics card to put in this computer. I need more monitors. Okay, so again, we're focused on the most intense storms. I realize I'm flying around like a kid on too much sugar, but we're busy. We got dozens of severe thunderstorm warnings. I understand that a lot of you are wondering what's going on near you. Let me make it abundantly clear. Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We have interactive weather radars. You can track storms. We have live severe weather coverage. We have live storm chasing video. We have all that so you can track this yourself. we're triaging here. If I'm talking about a storm near you, that's not good. If I'm not talking about a storm near you, assume it could produce quarter to golf ball size hail at least, localized damaging winds, heavy rain. If we're talking about the storms across North Texas, Central Texas, the hill country, the potential for nickel to ping pong ball size hail, winds to 60, very slow moving to the north, very heavy rain. Storms on West Texas, the Panhandle, quarter to softball size hail, winds to 75.
Warning has been issued for Freestone and Leon County in Texas.
Flooding rainfall. Some of these storms in the Panhandle, West Texas, have the potential to produce tornadoes. The picture I just showed you here, I'll show you one more time, from just north of Kittikay, northwest of Turkey, that's what this supercell, and again, that's a wall cloud just a few minutes ago. That would be Jenny Brown looking from Highway 86 northwest at this circulation developing north of Kittikay. We'll keep an eye on that. We've got a tornado warning now for the city of Spearman. This is going to be up in Hansford County and western Oak Tree counties. This tornado warning does include the city of Spearman. At 6:38 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 4 miles west of Spearman, moving northeast at 15. So again, this thing is barely chugging along here, and this storm could also be throwing out golf ball to softball size hail. Now, you see the velocity signature here, yes, looks impressive, but we're actually a little displaced from that hook echo. We're looking in the clear air region of this supercell. That's all inflow into this. So again, yes, while there is the potential for a tornado here, the velocities may be a little deceptively strong. Nevertheless, this thing's got inflow into it. This thing's got a good mesocyclone, and that could put a tornado down near or just west of the city of Spearman. Like I was mentioning in parts of East Texas the other day, and issues we've had up here before, we're looking higher up in the thunderstorm here. Now, on days like this, where we have strong mesocyclones, it may not matter as much, but we're looking about 6,000 feet. So what I'm showing you at 6,000 feet may be displaced a mile or two when you translate it down to the surface, considering tilt is involved in supercell thunderstorms. Same thing up here. For what it's worth, Perryton, 9,000 feet. We're not looking the low levels up there. We're looking the mid levels, which is why that tornado last year was a little bit of a surprise, just a little bit. And again, Turkey.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Hood, Johnson, and Somervell County in Texas.
Okay, we'll go look at North Texas in a minute. Those storms in North Texas, a pocket change size hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. They're not on the caliber of these storms, out in West Texas in the Panhandle. Dealing with cluster supercells, Silverton, east on 256, all the way to Kittikay, Turkey, to near Memphis. Heavy rain, golf ball to softball size hail, winds over 70, the potential at times for tornado genesis and tornadoes. Oh good, we've gone back to the 70s. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay. I love it when the radar does that to me. Alright, we've got a cluster of severe storms now in Lubbock County. City of Lubbock, you're going to be getting strong winds, heavy rain, blowing dust, maybe some hail. The next 20 minutes moving from south to north. Storms extend east on 114 to Rawls. North of Rawls, you've got the potential for up to baseball size hail. That storm also does have a wall cloud. Unfortunately, the weather radar in Lubbock's offline, so I can't show you a defined low-level look, which, again, is quite unfortunate, but alas, we're only looking 12,000 feet above the ground. Who needs to see the low levels of a thunderstorm? The sarcasm in that is just... yeah. All right, what's going on up here in western Oklahoma? Let's take a look at this. Do we have a supercell, or is it just scattered severe storms? Okay, garbage, don't care. Back into North Texas we go. Where we'll end up, only God knows. All right, we've got a cluster of stormies. One just north of Walnut Springs, moving north towards the city of Glen Rose. That storm has the potential to produce quarter-size hail as it moves north at about, I think they've got it at moving north at about 25 to 30, so severe thunderstorm warning almost up to Granbury on Highway 144. Storm again, nickel quarter-size hail, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, maybe, and heavy rain. We've got a storm just west of Lake Whitney that is going bye-bye just west of Laguna Park. It's being eaten by the storm northwest. It's dissipating quickly. We've got a severe storm over T to Mahia to Groesbeck. This thing's dropping prolific heavy rains, major flooding ongoing in Mahia to Tyke, southwest of Fairfield, now northeast of Groesbeck. Life-threatening flash flooding with that. So again, that's a dangerous situation with flash flooding there. We've got severe storms now on Interstate 45 around Centerville down to Leona. We talked about that a bit earlier. Those storms are producing quarter to Yeah, let's just say quarter-size hail, nickel to quarter-size hail, localized winds 50 to 60, heavy rainfall. That could quickly result in some flash flooding. Back down into central Texas, we've got a severe storm now just north of Blanco up 281 to Johnson City. That's going to be moving east-northeast at about 17 to 20 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain. We've got storms developing from Dripping Springs to Mustang Ridge. Those are slowly moving north. About 20 miles an hour right now, maybe some pea-to-dime size hail, heavy rain, gusty winds, cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll have to keep an eye on those. If those intensify, the Weather Service will have to put a severe thunderstorm warning out for Travis County. Boy, if we have a tornado in Hansford County right now, it's in Spearman. We need to go back up and deal with that. Storms in the eastern Big Bend are weakening. They're slowly moving east-northeast to Sanderson. Again, West Texas. Storms moving north-northeast. Quarter to golf ball size hail, winds over 60. Heavy rain with flooding. Storms around Turkey, the potential for heavy rain, hail up to the size of softballs, damaging straight line winds, maybe a tornado threat. We'll keep an eye on that. Up in the Panhandle, we've got a supercell way out in the middle of far southeastern portions of Oak Tree County. Not our problem right now. It's not a tornadic storm. It's dropping hail on Highway 83 well southeast of Perryton, well northwest of Canadian. Up here in Spearman, we've got a problem. We've got a supercell that has attained strong low-level rotation. We'll switch back to the Amarillo radar. See this thunderstorm as I zoom in. It's got a well-defined hook echo now. Strong rotation very near the city of Spearman. If this thing puts a tornado down, it is going to be dangerously close to Spearman. That means y'all in Spearman, you should have been in shelter 10 minutes ago when I was talking about you, but if not, you better be in shelter now. I realize the Panhandle, you can normally go outside, look 40 miles. That's why I love the Panhandle. But if this thing puts a tornado down, it is going to be in town, and we don't want folks getting hurt or killed by a tornado flinging around sheet metal and debris and impaling someone. Let's not do that, please. Let's be in a safe place. We don't want a Perryton repeat. So again, that'll be the lowest floor. Center room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in the city of Spearman in Oak Tree County, after this storm probably is now going to be moving almost due east. So again, now that this thing has kind of become its own little happy dominating supercell, it's probably going to be moving more east than northeast, and it's going to do it slowly. That would actually keep the tornado threat south of Perryton, but we're going to have to see just how well that theory goes. Otherwise, this thing may just ride. What is that road going east out of Spearman? Let's take a look. Doot, diddle-doo, diddle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Sorry. Alright, I don't see any tornado reports, anything out of there. That's good. So, again, this may just ride 759 east out of Spearman, is what I think it may end up doing. So, if it does that, this is going to keep the tornado threat south of Waka, south of Farnsworth, south of Perryton, but y'all may end up with hail. Tornado threat right now, if we had a tornado, likely be very near the city of Perryton, here at 6:49 p.m. on the 1st of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. A possible tornado developing very near the city of Spearman and eastern portions of Hansford County, western Oak Tree counties. This thunderstorm has the potential to put a tornado down at any time. We want those of you in Spearman to be in shelter. North and northeast of Spearman, up Highway 115 towards Waka, likely golf ball to baseball size hail falling. And this storm is likely going to be moving east now at about 15 miles an hour. It's not going to be moving quickly. We've got this other supercell far southeastern Oak Tree County. Was tornado warned, no longer tornado warned. Moving east, probably 10, 15 miles an hour. It's in the middle of nowhere. Literally, it's on Highway 83, halfway between Canadian and Perryton. It's going to be crossing 23 well south of Booker. It's eventually going to be crossing Highway 305 around Lipscomb, way north of Glacier, way south of places like Follett and Derizot. I'm not even trying to say that. It's south of Booker. Farther south, let's go say hello. This thing northwest of Turkey, just north of...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden and Dawson County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
Just got a photo from Jenny Brown.
That wasn't the message I wanted. That is.
Kitty K.
Kitty, thank you.
Just got a photo from Jenny Brown.
Yeah, I heard that part, thank you. Okay, so again, this thing's starting to show increasing rotation. Clear hook echo just northeast of Kitty, northwest of Turkey. We may have an increasing tornado threat with that. That would be over rural portions of the county, north now of Highway 86. If this turns due east, it theoretically may pose a threat to the city of Turkey, especially just northwest of Turkey. Again, that storm's probably moving 10 miles an hour to the east-northeast now. These things are walking. We have hardly any upper-level winds to push these along today, so kind of our typical late spring, early summer setups that we can get in, well, usually late May and June, where these storms are just usually crawling. And if we have tornado genesis issues, it's typically because of storm scale interactions. But low-level wind shear is increasing, which means the threat of a few tornadoes will continue with these thunderstorms. So again, we've got storm chasers Blake Brown, Jenny Brown, no direct relation, but I am amused. Near Turkey, just east of Kitty, and they're going to be keeping an eye on this. We'll get visuals from them as needed over the next several minutes. And again, if something's going down, we're going to hear about it from them, and we'll show it to you live. Tornado warning continues. City of Spearman, possible tornado. Boy, I'll tell you what, this thing's just trying to spin up all sorts of circulations, y'all. This thing's got attitude. Again, we're looking quite a bit a ways from the radar. I'm almost tempted to... Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to do something I don't normally do. There's an automated weather observation station in Spearman. I'm going to actually call into that real quick. And we're going to see what the wind is at the airport, because that's where that couplet is, right just north of Spearman. So if we actually have something going on, assuming the equipment hasn't been taken out, we're going to try to get it. And Spearman's where I gave that severe weather talk 6 years ago, I think, at the library in town. So let's just do this. Let me pop up IMBot. So again, those of you in Spearman, continuing to see indications there could be a tornado down very near the city of Spearman. You need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
Cornelius Field Airport automatic weather observation 2, 3, 5, 6 Zulu weather wind 3, 3, 0 at 3, 3 gust 3, 7 visibility 3 light rain mist ceiling 2.
Okay, so they've had winds at the airport there up into the 40-mile-an-hour range. And again, we're seeing a pretty intense looking supercell here. I really do think this is probably going to be moving almost due east now. So this is probably going to be riding, again, due east out of Spearman on 759, which will hopefully keep it south.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Floyd, Hale, Hockley, Lamb, and Lubbock County in Texas.
Oh, that's a problem. Northwest of Turkey, that reflectivity signature becoming much more intense. We've got storms, Lubbock. Yeah, we have a tornado down near Spearman. Okay, so again, we have a confirmed tornado in Spearman now, that couplet. I just saw a picture of it. There's a pretty substantial tornado here. So again, Confirmed tornado now near or just northeast or east of the city of Spearman. That means y'all need to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, all of that nonsense. It's not nonsense, but it will help you if you have to walk on debris.
Thank you, Wade, and our Discord for passing along that information.
Okay, so again, those of you in the city of Spearman, you need to be in your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A confirmed tornado now, near or just northeast of Spearman, Texas, moving east, probably along Highway 759 or FM 759, but it could be on 15, Highway 15 as well. Those of you in Waka, you need to move east. Those of you in Waka, you need to move east. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Those of you in Waka, you need to be in shelter. This may approach your area if the circulation doesn't move farther east. Okay, let's look, make sure we're not missing anything else. We've got a thunderstorm northwest of Canadian. That storm, not severe, staying well, it's pretty much rural southeastern Oak Tree County. So again, confirmed tornado now, very near Spearman, be in shelter. Turkey, you're starting to see increasing low-level rotation with this supercell. It may go tornadic again soon. Thus, a tornado warning may be required for areas northeast of Kittikay, near Turkey, in the next several minutes. Otherwise, you got baseball to softball size hail, strong damaging winds. City of Lubbock, you've got a new hail core that went up just north of town. That storm, the potential for large hail over Lubbock, north of Lubbock up to New Deal, damaging winds all the way through Lubbock with heavy rain, lightning, and some hail. We got a storm on 62 and 207 between Rawls and Floydada. We've got a storm north of 180 near O'Donnell. Do a little housekeeping real quick. Farther east, storms in the Big Bend, strong winds. I'm not too worried if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, they're severe with wind, hail. Blanco to Johnson City, this storm is starting to show some indications of rotation near Blanco. Nothing tornadic right now, but we're going to have to watch it. It's modest and broad, but there. We've got storms. That's also quarter-size hail at least, damaging winds, and again, a bit of rotation now near Blanco. We'll watch that here in the hill country. As we look farther east, if I can press the right button, I'm about to throw a mallet. We've got a storm in southern Travis County moving north into Austin. Pea-size hail, heavy rain, lightning. Farther northeast, I'll switch to the Granger radar. Severe storm over Centerville, Leona, Buffalo. Could have quarter-size hail, winds of 60, heavy rain. With that, we have a storm continuing to drop prolific rains over Tige, over to Mahia, over to Groesbeck with major flash flooding, maybe a bit of hail, wind there. We've got that's an interesting signature. We've got a tornado now probably just east of Spearman in the Panhandle. We've got severe storm on Highway 144, about to move into Glen Rose. That could have quarter-size hail, strong winds, heavy rain. Back in the Panhandle we go. We've got a tornado down now near or just east of the city of Spearman. This is going to be on FM. I shouldn't have closed that map. I need more monitors. I'm going to buy a lot of monitors. This is going to be on FM 759 east of Spearman. Again, the potential, well, there's a confirmed tornado here. We've seen pictures. Jason, if you find that on standby, if I can find it on X, I'll retweet it. Okay, so again, we just had a tornado down near Spearman. Not sure if it's still down now, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it. This storm could be cyclic, and the fact it may produce multiple tornadoes over its lifespan. All right, let me switch back to the Blanco storm on this. Sorry, I've actually got 10 monitors around me, and you'd be surprised how many... They're actually all in use right now, and I could still use more. There are days like this where we're trying to keep an eye on so many storms. This is why I have an office full of monitors. Okay, what's going on with the Blanco circulation? Is it actually a circulation or just straight line wind? Let's keep an eye on that. So again, we'll keep an eye on that Blanco County storm. Nothing tornadic with it right now, but we're watching it. Tornado now, again, FM 759 east of Spearman, most likely. Just east of town. It may have crossed 15 just northeast of town. It may have been very close to the Spearman Municipal Airport. I gave a talk in Spearman years ago at the public library there on the northeast side of town. Okay, what do we got? We could have a tornado developing now northeast of Turkey. Let's go back to that. Again, once this thing's out of Spearman to the east, this storm is going to be moving due east now, I think, along 759, which would keep it south of Perryton over rural areas of eastern Moultrie County. We'll watch it. I think we have a circulation spinning up now. This is going to be well northeast of Turkey. We've got two circulations, to be honest. One is so wrapped in rain it's not funny, northeast of Turkey. One back northeast of Kittikay, northwest of Turkey, moving northeast. This one northeast of Turkey is very strong and has the potential to at times be a tornado. All of this activity may eventually make it to Highway 287 between Memphis and Childress, Essling, you know, the speed trap town. That's what you get to be known by as. So we're going to watch that carefully. I'm about to take a quick 5-minute break to go fill my water bottle. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do real quick. So let me throw the statewide radar on. I'm going to knock the loop down to 1 hour because 2 hours is just obnoxious when we have so much going on.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Crosby and Floyd County in Texas.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. It's 7:03. We're going to take a quick 6 to 7 minute break. If that, I'll be back. I just need to go fill up my water bottle, grab a snack bar. We'll be right back.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Blanco County in Texas.
My apologies, I'm messing with the lights. Here we go. All right, so again, we've had a tornado in the last few minutes just east of Spearman, just east-northeast of Spearman. We've got thunderstorms across portions of West Texas, the southeastern Panhandle, down into the Big Bend region. Those are moving off to the east. We've got storms across the hill country near Blanco. Blanco has a severe storm showing a bit of rotation and also producing 4 inches of rain in an hour around Blanco, which is not good in any way, shape, or form for flooding. We've got storms in southern North Texas, one near Glen Rose with maybe nickel to quarter size hail. We've got a severe storm with this just nasty looking hail core from Leona to Centerville to Buffalo. West of Fairfield to Mahia, major flooding there. And again, some stuff down in the Big Bend. Well, we only have one tornado warning in the state of Texas right now, and it's going to be with this thunderstorm. Near Spearman. We'll switch back to the high-res radar. You can see nasty-looking hook with that. Pretty strong gate-to-gate couplet on FM 759. Only about, I'm going to say probably, let's just count by grids here. That's the easiest way to do it out here. Probably 3 to 4 miles east of Spearman. Probably between County Road 7 and County Road 759. Between County Roads 28 and 2. And then you move into western portions of Moultrie County from Hansford County, and the county roads start over again. But again, this storm could be, had a tornado down a few minutes ago, could produce another tornado at any time as it generally moves east. That storm track is not right. I'll tell you that now. This thing's not moving northeast. It turned hard right. This thing's moving due east now. Pretty much like that, minus my nasty drawing skills. Both these storms. Now they're going to be over fairly rural areas. Spearman, if you're in the city of Spearman, you're clear. If you are along 15, it's still just east of town, but it's moving away from town. But in Spearman itself, you're clear from this storm. Okay. Yippity-yay. Let's take a look elsewhere. We've got supercells down.
Storm report from 6 miles south-southeast of Coolidge in Limestone County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, flooding reported at US 84 and Lake Mexia Bridge.
We've got supercells down here northeast of Silverton, north of Kittikay, north of Turkey, west of Vestaline, west of 287, southwest of Memphis near Lakeview. These storms, golf ball to baseball size hail, flooding galore. The potential non-zero for a spin-up tornado northeast of Turkey, but right now, again, nothing that screams we have a tornado in progress. We've got chasers down there, and if something happens, we'll find out about it pretty quick. But for now, again, that is not an issue. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight and tomorrow morning, give you all an idea of what we're expecting across the state. Just need to change the upper third. We're going to do right now is I'm going to see what this radar or this simulated model radar has. You can see we don't have anything south of San Antonio. Am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. So it's being overzealous with some of these storms, but whatever.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston County in Texas.
So it's doing meh, but it's still at least enough for me to give you an idea of what we're going to see tonight with storm coverage. I'll bump this out so you can see that. You can see we're going to have storms tonight, probably moving across the Big Country, parts of the Concho Valley, Central Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lipscomb and Ochiltree County in Texas.
And again, with this activity, generally tonight we're going to see a line of storms move from west to east across parts of the Big Country, Concho Valley Hill Country, maybe North Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas, East Texas, the potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, maybe a few embedded tornadoes. But the main issue for tornadoes over the next few hours likely going to remain with these isolated storms we're dealing with in the eastern Texas Panhandle. I'll go ahead and zoom back in up here so you can just see. I'll zoom around the state a little bit. Oh, goodness. About to drink a lot of water and probably do some jumping jacks. So,
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
So again, these storms across West Texas, you can see generally are moving northeast, but they're not moving quickly. Strongest storms could have damaging hail, strong winds, very heavy rainfall with a flooding threat. You can see that storm that just moved Lubbock actually did move very quickly. That's racing northeast with strong winds. The storm near Rawls isn't moving at all, with very heavy rain, hail, damaging winds, flooding. Back southwest into parts of the northern Permian Basin, you can see storm just northeast of La Mesa, generally on a beeline to impact post. That could have hail, strong winds. The storms in the eastern Big Country.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Moving east. And then we've got the storms in the Hill Country and North Texas. At times, these have produced quarter-size hail, strong wind gust, heavy rainfall that is causing flooding, and they're generally moving north-northeast. We note the Storm Prediction Center just issued a discussion for this area. We'll take a look at that here in a minute, or at least I'll read it verbally out to you. You can see we have a new tornado warning now for this storm up in the northeastern Texas Panhandle. This tornado warning does include Highway 15 from the city of Perryton southwest to Waka. This does include Highway 83 from Perryton to, theoretically, about 15 miles south of Perryton. This does... come on, warnings, let's go. I've got it on my screen. Clearly it's not on this. Hold on a second, I'll get them to you. My apologies. Technology and I just don't get along. You can see tornado warning does include Perryton, technically. So those of you in the city of Perryton, you're going to want to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I think it is likely the tornado threat will remain south of the city of Perryton, but y'all may end up having to deal with some hail. This circulation likely moving east near FM 759 or County 759 east. It'll eventually cross Highway 70, probably near FM 759, which is going to place it near the Perryton feeders, that large livestock area off Highway 70.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone, Leon, and Limestone County in Texas.
So again, a possible tornado, on 759, probably now 6 to 7 miles east of Spearman, moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Those of you in Waka, Farnsworth, Lord, technically the city of Perryton are in a tornado warning, but I really think this is going to stay south of all of those communities, especially Perryton. I think this will stay south of you, but we're going to have to wait and see. I think it's moving due east, which would place it way south of you by probably at least 10 miles. You may get the rain, the hail, the lightning. We've got a severe thunderstorm crossing Highway 83 just west of 23, showing a bit of increased low-level rotation with this storm now. That's going to be moving due east. That could eventually cross Highway 305 near 213 on a beeline generally towards Higgins, but slowly. So again, this is moving like this towards Higgins. It'll stay north of Canadian. It'll stay way south of Follett, eventually moving east towards Coburn, Higgins, and eventually towards Ellis County, Oklahoma, like Arnett and, well, Arnett. All right, we'll zoom back out. Go back to the statewide view again, just so we can see what's going on. Also quit drawing like a bozo. So again, just here's a radar loop. You can see most of the Panhandle, we're not dealing with anything. Eastern Panhandle is. We've got storms around Lubbock up to Rawls, Floydada. That storm over 62 and 207 between Rawls and Floydada, doing all sorts of nasty heavy rain flooding stuff. South, we've got a severe storm now southwest of Post, northeast of La Mesa. We've got storms in portions of the hill country, central Texas, North Texas, moving north slowly, only at about 20 miles an hour. Heavy rain, some quarter-size hail, strong wind gust. Storm Prediction Center has just issued a short-term discussion indicating a severe weather watch may be necessary. Their discussion: widely scattered thunderstorms development is expected to continue into the evening with some uncertainty in the coverage of severe potential. Guidance indicates a southern branch of a southerly low-level jet will increase over the next few hours. This may aid in more organized thunderstorms with potential for upscale growth. Thus far, the threat has remained widely scattered, though a few cells near Austin and north of College Station have shown signs of increasing activity and intensity. This area will be monitored for trends and a possible watch issuance. And I'll go ahead and show you that discussion. That's this little blue-purple area here. That's where they're considering issuing a severe thunderstorm watch over the next hour or two. Looks like we had a 73-mile-an-hour wind gust on the east side of Lubbock at 7:05 with those storms moving north. We had a wind gust of 69 at 6:31 northeast of Tahoka. So that matches up with the fact those storms have been rowdy. And we are starting to see increasing intensity with these storms in central Texas. Example, we're seeing the storm northeast of Blanco moving towards Henley, west of Dripping Springs. That storm is showing an increasing hail core. I'll turn off the loop here so you can actually see what I'm talking about in greater detail. Where's the radar I want to use? There we go. We'll get some data here in just a second. You can see these storms, southern Travis County, moving towards Austin, showing some indications of a little bit of hail now. We do note there is a bit of rotation with this thunderstorm in eastern Blanco County. Right northeast of Blanco, that's where we are seeing a bit of rotation. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Some strong winds, maybe some hail. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Weather Service puts a severe thunderstorm warning out for that area again here soon. We'll have to watch the storm in southern Travis County as well for the potential of a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms again moving northeast, north-northeast. at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So they're not moving very quickly, but they're moving. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break once again. We're going to continue with our severe weather coverage into the night. We have no tornadoes near communities at this point. We have one tornado warning now. That's going to be about 12 miles east of Spearman. That's moving towards Highway 70 and Highway 83, well south of Perryton. Perryton, I think you're fine. Second area of rotation, currently well northwest of Canadian by 15 miles. And then we have a area of some rotation in the hill country about 5 miles northeast of Blanco. Not strong enough for a tornado at this point, though. So again, we'll keep an eye on things. We'll be back here at 7:30 or in about 7 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Garza and Linn County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco and Hayes County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe, Childress, and Hall County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Announcer Voice Baldy. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 7:30 on this, the first... What? No, I'm shunning you.
Hale and Motley County in Texas.
Fine, I'll let it finish. Alright, so... what we're dealing with... couple areas of scattered showers and thunderstorms ongoing across the state. Eastern Texas Panhandle, we've got storms capable of large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, at time tornadoes. West Texas, West Central Texas, now east of I-27, damaging winds, heavy rain, some pocket change size hail. Down in the southwestern Concho Valley, strong winds, heavy rain, bit of hail. All that activity is moving northeast. Seeing an uptick in storms now across the northeastern Brazos Valley, southeastern North Texas. Hail, damaging winds, but a lot of heavy rain and flooding. That's the issue there. We're seeing an uptick in storms across central Texas from Austin out west on 290 towards Henley. North of Blanco, west of Dripping Springs, and then we've got a storm in southeastern Travis County coming up the tollway through Duval to Garfield. East sides of Austin, those storms could have a bit of hail, heavy rain, gusty winds. Watching a bit of rotation with this thunderstorm. West of Henley, west of Dripping Springs. That could have heavy rain, hail, flooding. Same thing goes. All these storms developing pretty much down I-45 now, from Fairfield all the way down to Huntsville. Gusty winds, maybe some hail, but heavy, heavy rain and flooding is the big issue there. And again, back up in the Panhandle, scattered supercells. Jenny Brown and Blake Brown, no relation to each other.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Jason, do we have, are they still sitting in Turkey? I don't think this thing shut out outflow, which means these storms should still be surface-based. Starting to see a bit of an interesting low-level signature just east of Turkey.
I'm not sure where they're at. They haven't updated.
Okie dokie, artichoke. East of Turkey, we'll keep an eye on that. These storms from near Dickens to Rawls to Hale Center moving northeast pretty quickly with damaging straight-line winds up to 70 miles an hour. They're moving northeast towards Floydada, Matador, Plainview, Roaring Springs. Eventually, they'll make it up to the Turkey stuff over the next hour or two with damaging winds. Until that happens, these storms near Turkey, potential for big hail, strong winds, maybe some tornado threat. We'll see if one of these takes hold again. Farther north, we've got a tornado-capable producing thunderstorm now, probably 15 miles east of Spearman. This storm is not going to be an issue for Perryton. Perryton, you're in the tornado warning polygon. But unless this thing takes a hard left, which I don't think it's going to do, this should be crossing very near that large feed farm 10 miles south of Perryton. I'll just open up my super-duper map software again and tell you. My fancy super map software being Google Maps, but who's counting, right? Yeah, this is probably going to be crossing south of... This is going to be crossing probably near the Perryton feeders, which is off 70. A good 13 miles south of Perryton, the city core of Perryton, in rural portions of Oldtree County. So again, this is probably going to be crossing right over the circulation, the feed farm, off Highway 70, near Perryton feeders. That's going to be south of 3045 by a couple miles. That's going to be near County Road U. That goes from west to east. It'll cross 83 near the picnic area. They're off the 70-83 split, going southeast on 83, crossing probably, again, between 759 and 3045 county roads on 70, and then crossing 83 near where that picnic area is on the east side of the road that appears to be temporarily closed, but the little pull-off there. And again, this is all over pretty rural areas of Oldtree County, but it is going to be crossing near the Perryton feeders, which is a pretty large facility south of Perryton. Perryton, you might get some rain. You're getting rain in Perryton. Hail Corp, probably over Farnsworth, east, over to County Road N is in November, and then south of there. So Perryton, you're going to be fine from this. I really think you're okay. I know y'all are probably on guard because, well, you've not had a great year with 2 tornadoes. Especially the hospital. The hospital has... Oh, the poor hospital. But again, this one is not going to be your problem this time around. We got a storm farther east. That's a supercell that is... has produced a tornado in the last 20 minutes, apparently. I'm seeing multiple reports of that. I don't know why the Weather Service in Amarillo hasn't put a tornado warning on it, but this storm has apparently produced at least a spin-up tornado close to Highway 23 north of 83 about 15 minutes ago. It is moving due east at a brisk, 15 miles an hour. If it continues, it'll be in Higgins by 9 p.m. I mean, otherwise, it's not going to hit any towns. It's literally just been trekking along rural areas for hours now. It's eventually going to ride 213 east until it gets to Highway 60, going from Higgins, Texas, towards Arnett, Oklahoma, into western Ellis County, Oklahoma. Again, we got strong storms in Austin, back west of Henley, maybe some strong winds across portions of eastern Blanco County. Little area of circulation northeast of Blanco by about 10 miles just west of Henley. Not tornadic at this time. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Storms in Travis County. It's pouring, it's storming. You may have some very small hail, nothing severe with that. And then back down into portions of the eastern Brazos Valley / almost East Texas. Heavy storms. Tide to Buffalo to Hewitt to Centerville to Leona to Trinity. Flooding is going to be an issue with this. They're moving slowly. There's going to be flooding. The potential for damaging straight line winds. Hail. Heavy rainfall with flooding. The 0 Zulu Amarillo sounding. Wow. Yeah, that'll do it. Eric S. Thank you very, very much. Really, that's very appreciated. I just had a bunch of people message me. And for those watching, while we have a minute, I do want to say thank you to all those who send stars, super chats, stickers. Thank you to all those who have subscribed to us on the YouTube channels. You know, we're streaming on multiple channels. I don't actually have a window up right now with all that information because it's been so busy. I've actually got radar screen, stream screen, more radar screens, an internal chat, situational awareness board, the radar screen y'all are looking at, about 5 different windows, more radar screen, Weather Center video channel screen, and a monitor that's not in use because I need to throw it out a window. So, yeah, it's busy. It is busy, busy, busy. So, clearly that just means I need more monitors, which we can arrange. But again, thank you to everyone. We do try to go back after the fact and thank everybody individually. Alright, so again, let's talk about it. Storm east of Spearman by 15 miles, moving towards the Perryton feeders lot, south of the 8370 split on 70. Perryton, you're fine. Perryton, you're getting rain. You're probably not even going to get hail out of this. You might get gusty winds. The tornado threat's going to stay 10 miles south of Perryton, probably. That storm moving east. At about 15 miles an hour. Jason, if you want, create a stream in Facebook Live Producer, throw the RTMP and just do it that way. That would probably be the best way to do it. Or I can do it. Whatever floats your boat. But again, we've got storm number 2, whatever you want to call it, east of 23, well north of Canadian. This is moving towards Higgins. It produced a brief tornado about 20 minutes ago. That storm moving east at about 20 miles an hour could be in Higgins by 9 o'clock. Back farther south, we've got severe storms still meandering around Turkey to Memphis to Speed Trap Town. We do have some pockets of rotation with this showing up now. We've got one east of Turkey, back to the How Hard It's Raining mode. You can see another hook echo north of Kittikay. Or if I go find the audio file. Alright, Jason, that's fine. Thank you. And Jason, I don't know if the Everyone channel is actually playing the audio clips. Yeah, they are. I'm sorry, ignore me.
Kitty K.
Kitty K!
Just got a photo from Jenny Brown.
Okay, we're not going to play all those again. Alright, just got a video. Okay, so again, yeah, around Turkey, supercells continue. Definitely the potential for some spinny mischief here, but nothing that's been confirmed or reported recently. We'll see what happens. Farther south, a cluster of storms. These are all moving northeast at about 20 to 35 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds and hail, heavy rain with this activity. Yeah, I can draw super duper well. Leave me alone. Okay, that's starting to get a little more problematic. South into... And all this is well northeast of Lubbock. We got a storm approaching areas east of Post there on Highway 380, maybe a bit of hailstorm wind. Central Texas, let's go back. We've got that cluster of storms on I-45 at this point from Buffalo and Donnie down southeast through Centerville, Leona, east to Alstono. Those storms all slowly moving. Heavy rain is going to be the main threat with flooding, but the potential for large hail, damaging wind gusts. This storm in the city of Austin, small hail, heavy rain, lightning, moving north. We're starting to see some increasing rotation now. Southeast of Johnson City, northeast of Blanco with this. I need to see which radar is closest. Granger's 57, San Antonio's 35. And again, this is in association with an area of circulation now on Highway 290, east of 281, maybe by 3 miles. This is southeast of Johnson City. No tornado warning, but it's probably the strongest area of rotation we've seen so far with this thunderstorm. Winds moving towards the radar in San Antonio at about 40. Winds moving away at about 30. So again, we've got about 70 mile an hour shear now. Northeast of Blanco, southeast of Johnson City. It looks like we had a tornado on FM 378 north of Lorenzo on the Lubbock-Crosby County line earlier. But we couldn't see it because the radar in Lubbock's offline and we have no level velocity scan. Great. That's just great. That video just came across on Twitter. Okay, so again, that's an area of broad but increasing rotation, well northeast of Blanco, southeast of Johnson City. We'll keep an eye on that. That storm is moving northeast, generally in the direction of western Travis County. It's only moving 10 miles an hour, though. Austin, it's pouring, it's storming, there's heavy rain, and again, big-time flooding possible. Buffalo to Hewitt to Centerville to Leona, northeast of Midway, for large hail and some damaging winds. That storm that was over Glen Rose early, small pea-size hail, damaging winds. Not even damaging winds, maybe just some hail, small hail, heavy rain. That's moving north, back into West Texas. The Lubbock radar is offline. That picked a great day for it. And then east of Turkey, yeah, we're definitely starting to see some increase in velocity data out here. I may need to put a tornado warning soon. Wow. Facebook. Hey, guess what, Facebook? If you were watching our coverage earlier, or you are now, congrats. Facebook removed it for spam. We don't allow people to try to get likes, shares, or video views in a misleading way, repeating the same content, coordinating likes and shares to make something look popular. Someone reported our video for spam, the live coverage, and Facebook removed it. So Facebook, guess what? You're still a piece of poop. So again, Facebook, once again, showing why you need to watch our live coverage over on our website, our mobile app, and YouTube. Because Facebook will just remove the live coverage and prevent you from receiving life-saving weather information. So thank you, Facebook. This is why we don't market on Facebook. Because Facebook and Meta are garbage. So if you're watching us on Facebook, here's what you should be doing. you need to go find us on YouTube or just go to our website, texasstormchasers.com, or open up our coverage in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, because Facebook, apparently, is just removing our live coverage. So, sorry, Facebook. We're not going to tolerate this nonsense. So, again, if you're watching us on Facebook, congratulations. They keep removing our live coverage video for spam. What I'm going to recommend is you go watch us on YouTube, where we can at least give you life-saving information without the videos being completely removed. So, Facebook, garbage. A severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect until 2 a.m. for Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, into portions of Southeast Texas and East Texas. I'll quickly see if that's on here yet. It is. This blue box, that's a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. That includes Llano to Fredericksburg East through San Marcos, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Belton, Temple, east to Cameron, Rockdale, Lexington, Giddings, LaGrange, Mahia, Buffalo, Bryan, College Station, Brenham, Conroe, Huntsville, Livingston, Corrigan, up to Palestine. Again, that's a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. Thursday.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Leon County in Texas.
So again, if you're watching us on Facebook, you're probably going to need to watch us somewhere else, because Facebook keeps taking down our live severe weather coverage, saying it is spam. So if you're watching us on Facebook and wondering why we're not streaming live, it's because Facebook won't let us stream live. So apparently, Facebook thinks we're spam. That's fine. I think Meta's a piece of garbage company that really is, so you can watch us on YouTube, you can watch us on Twitch, you can watch us on X, you can watch us on the Texas Storm Chasers website, you can watch us on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We're streaming on a bunch of networks. And we're going to be here giving you weather information all night, regardless of whether Facebook thinks we're spam or not. But that's okay. So, all right, it's 7:50. We have severe thunderstorm, a severe storm west of Dripping Springs. We got a strong storm over Austin, moving north towards Pflugerville with small hail, heavy rain. We have storms up in portions of eastern Brazos Valley, into portions of kind of East Texas almost, from Buffalo to Hewitt to Marquez to Centerville to Leona to southwest of Crockett. All this activity moving northeast at about, well, it's not really moving that quickly. Heavy rain and flooding the main issue. We got a storm over Granbury, very small hail, heavy rain, not really an issue. Back into the Permian Basin. The Permian Basin is pretty quiet now. We've got a storm east of Orion on 190 south of Big Lake. Very small hail, heavy rain. We need the rain, that is okay. We got a cluster of severe storms now from east of Plainview to, well, actually in Plainview, down 70 to Floydada to near Roaring Springs and Dickens. Those storms moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. We've got storms around Turkey, where it's just been pouring and storming all day. Some hail, areas of rotation at times. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue there. We've got a severe storm approaching Highway 70 south of Perryton. Perryton, you're not at risk of any tornado from this. If you're in Perryton, you're fine. You can come out of your shelter. Just don't go south of Perryton on 83 towards the Perryton feeders lot right now. If we have a tornado down, it's going to be very near the Perryton feeders lot in the next 10 minutes. We've got an area of rotation there, probably some hail falling on 8370, and then the potential for that to cross over both 70 and 83 within a few miles of where 70 and 83 split off southeast of Perryton. Further northeast, we have a storm that is weakening now. This is approaching Highway 305 and Highway 213, well north of Canadian, north of Glacier. If this storm manages to survive its eastward trek, it may make it to Higgins, but at this point it looks like it's running into a cap, so that is good news there. And then again, this storm south of Perryton, moving east, crossing south of 80, or excuse me, where 83 and 70 split off. Yeah, dogs. So that's what we have going on right now. Let's take a look at the statewide view. Give me just a second. So again, that's what we have going on right now. Just several storms capable of producing hail, heavy rain, flooding. Generally moving northeast. We have a single tornado warning for a storm passing 10 miles south of Perryton, the northeastern Texas Panhandle. We have no other tornado warnings, which is nice.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lipscomb and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Okay, just had a report of a tornado on the northeast sides of Turkey. Yes, there is. All right, let's zoom back in here. We've got a tornado reported by storm chaser Blake Brown. This is going to be just northeast of Turkey, and yeah, you can see that here on the velocity couplet. This is going to be now a confirmed tornado from So we've got a tornado reported now from storm chaser Blake Brown just east-northeast of Turkey. This is with a thunderstorm that, yeah, lines up there. So again, just had a tornado down just northeast of Turkey. This is in portions of the southeastern Texas Panhandle. This is with a storm that's really not moving too much, but if there's a circulation, it's probably moving. Yeah, it's kind of rotating around Tampico. Honestly, the circulation itself is doing some Fujiwara stuff. I'm going to load the velocity data, and then I'm going to loop it. And show it to you. And you'll see it. Just see how this kind of rotates around and moves northwest. So those of you in Turkey up Highway 86 towards Tampico, you're going to want to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, a good idea. We're also seeing a circulation west of Turkey. And again, this is in portions of southwestern Hall County. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Helmet, and again you can see that strong velocity signature there rotating around. We've got two powerful storms in this area, and they're all pretty much causing erratic
storm report from 5 miles northeast of Groesbeck in Limestone County.
Storm motions.
Flash flood reported by emergency manager. Additional information: M reports train derailment due to high water near CR 456 and County Route 460. Time of report given.
Okay, so flooding derailed a train. That's not good. Okay, so again, we have a tornado down just northeast of Turkey. Again, multiple reports now, including our own storm chaser, Blake Brown. Thank you to him. That was a very timely report. And again, you can see that velocity couplet here, and the circulation spun northwest. We're doing erratic storm motions here because we're just dealing with a cluster. So again, you can see that is doing like this right now. Meanwhile, back west of Turkey, we've also got a circulation. And we're starting to see a circulation try to, I can't tell if that's one trying to take hold west of Henley, northwest of Dripping Springs or not. We'll keep an eye on that in the hill country. No tornado warnings. But again, we've got a report of a tornado down northeast of Turkey right now. That's going to be with this circulation in southwestern Hall County. We have no tornado warning, but I don't give a flippity-boppity-doo because we do have a tornado, which means you should take action. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet would be a good idea.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
Well, thank you to Storm Chaser Blake Brown for that very timely report. We got that out several minutes before the tornado warning came out. All right, so that's going to be a tornado warning for portions of... let's see what they're saying this is going to be. This is going to be southwestern Hall, southeastern Briscoe County. This does include the city of Turkey. This does include the city of... let's go back and have Mr. Jason say it. Kittikay. So again, tornado warning for Kittikay and Turkey. We have a tornado down just northeast of Turkey on Highway 86. We have a second possible tornado developing between Kittikay and Turkey on Highway 86. Both these circulations are moving erratically, but those of you in Turkey need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, and don't bother trying to go outside and look for it. It's probably rain wrapped. If I had to guess, and since it's my channel, I am, the circulation northeast of Turkey is probably occluding or weakening, and we may see a new tornado develop with the circulation just east of Kittikay as it moves southeast/east. So those of you in Turkey, you're going to want to be in a safe place. Don't be on Highway 86 between Kittikay and Turkey. Frankly, you probably don't want to be on 86 west of Parnell right now because of flooding. And then no travel right now north of White Flat is recommended on Highway 70. And again, this is with two circulations. The one just northeast of Turkey produced a tornado 5 minutes ago. The one southwest of Turkey, just east of Kittikay, has the potential to produce a tornado at any time. Farther north, no more tornado warnings. The storm southeast of Perryton, hail. southeast of Perryton, no more tornado warning with that. The storm northwest of Higgins, hail, no more tornado warning with that. We only have one tornado warning, and that's because storm chaser Blake Brown reported a tornado just northeast of Turkey a few minutes ago, and that lined up with a very impressive velocity couplet. We've got a new velocity couplet taking hold now just southwest of Turkey on Highway 86, just east of Kittikay, and that's going to probably be moving, I mean, these are moving erratically today, but given the fact they seem to be making pretty gnarly turns to the northeast, I wouldn't be shocked if this did turn east and northeast eventually. So those of you in Turkey, you're going to need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, if we have a tornado down, it may be wrapped in heavy rain by now. So there is the latest with that. So again, that is the general expectation there. Now, let's go back, let's zoom out, let's show you what's going on statewide. I realize we got plenty going on tonight. It is loud, proud, and flood time.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Leon County in Texas.
Okay, so Perryton, you're fine. There's no more tornado warning, and the town of Perryton was never under the threat. If you're in Perryton, you're fine. You can come out of your shelter. You've got a nasty storm passing south of town. If you are in Turkey, Texas, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, and a well-built, site-built structure. If you are in a trailer, that's a no-no. If you're in a vehicle, that's a no-no. Be in a site-built structure. Go to a gas station, a hotel, a restaurant there in Turkey. Eat some dinner after the tornado threat's over. We'd advise no travel north of White Flat on Highway 70. We'd advise no one going west out of off 287 at this point on Highway 86 due to tornado threat and flooding. I wouldn't go east to Silverton right now either due to heavy rain and flooding. If we had a tornado down that nasty circulation where we had
local storm report from 4 miles northeast of Turkey in Hall County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by 911 call center.
When that circulation northeast of Turkey looks a lot weaker now, but we do have a circulation a couple miles southeast of Kittikay. Make sure I said it right.
Yeah, it's there. Sorry.
Nope.
I don't know if you saw that, but there's
Nope.
Kittikay.
Okay, I said it right. And again, so those of you in Turkey and Kittikay need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Back in portions of the eastern Brazos Valley, central Texas, we have scattered thunderstorms producing very heavy rainfall and flooding from Mejia to Buffalo, just northeast of Madisonville now, all the way towards Leona, Centerville, west of Crockett. These storms, very heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, and strong wind gusts. In Travis County, we've got storms with very small hail, maybe pea-size hail, heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds. That storm in Austin's not severe. We are seeing a storm just north of Henley, and I'm going to actually switch over to the high-res radar for this one. One moment, please, while I press buttons. See, this storm west of Dripping Springs near Henley, heavy rain, maybe some hail, but we're also seeing a little bit of rotation with this. It's not strong, but it's been there for a while now. And again, that's moving generally northeast, northeast, and we'll just keep an eye on it just in case. Again, this doesn't mean we have a tornado. In fact, there's no tornado warning, but it's in a suspicious little area for sure. So we're going to keep an eye on it just in case. We might see a tornado warning issued for that if it gets much stronger. So again, if that happens, it'd be moving up towards Briarcliff, Lakeway, northwest of Dripping Springs, but very slowly. So again, Austin to Pflugerville, Round Rock, storm with maybe pea-size hail, very small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain and lightning. You may have some flooding issues from that. Okay, otherwise, I'll switch this back off. We'll switch this back on. We'll show the loop again. And I'm going to drink a little protein shake. So again, the storms up around Perryton to Lipscomb to Higgins are actually falling apart pretty quick. I mean, there's still hail south of Perryton, but the tornado threat's gone. The supercell look is diminishing quickly. They must be running into a lid on the atmosphere or a cap. You can see the storms in the southern Concho Valley now. Nothing severe, but they're producing heavy rain. Storms in West Texas. These storms now well northeast of Lubbock, east of Plainview, north and east of Floodada, moving toward Matador, and eventually Turkey and Silverton. Those have gusty winds, heavy rain. We've got a storm that produced a tornado just northeast of Turkey about 10 minutes ago. We have a circulation now just southwest of Turkey trying to get itself together. Still heavy rain, hail, Turkey up toward west of Esseline, aka Speed Trap Town. We've got some rain on 287, nothing severe though, from Clarendon to Memphis. And then again, northeastern Panhandle, these storms are starting to diminish in intensity. The eastern storm near Lipscomb, no longer severe. The storm south of Perryton, there might be some small or some quarter-size hail with that. No more tornado warning. We'll have to watch for that. But again, conditions in the vicinity of the supercell around Turkey favor tornado genesis, and it may keep on going for a while. We're going to have to figure out, though, is what's this complex of storms to the southwest of it going to do? We'll see. But again, as we zoom in, here's the supercell near Turkey, a little bit of an inflow notch just west of Turkey. Bit of rotation. The radar data is a bit messy, but again, a general area right there. So if we have a tornado develop, it is possible. It'll be just southwest of Turkey and wrapped in very, very heavy rain. So probably not even visible. Flash flooding ongoing in Turkey probably. We have heavy rain, hail probably now falling around Turkey. The potential for again, a rain-wrapped tornado. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. So again, with this thunderstorm, we're going to have to be mindful of that. Okay, so one tornado warning. It's for this storm around Turkey. Heavy rain back to the 70s around Turkey. All right, what time is it? 8:09. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Take a 5-minute break. We're going to be back here at 8:15 with continuing coverage. And we'll take a look at the expectation for the forecast tonight. I'm going to take a look at some data. And we'll be back here with continuing updates in 5 minutes at 8:15. We'll be back sooner if needed. Collect some data, get you an updated overnight forecast as we head into Thursday morning.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone and Leon County in Texas.
All right, as promised, let's get back to it. Let's show y'all the expectations for tonight. To do that, we're going to switch off the real-time radar. We're going to switch over to the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Clear everything off the map. Turn off the site labels. I'm going to zoom out to take a look at the entire state. Now, before we do anything, I want to show what this product thinks we're going to have going on now at 8 o'clock. So, this is what the HERT thinks we have at 8. It's not too bad, honestly. I'm messing some of this up in the northeast panhandle, but that is okie dokie. So, what we're going to do is I'll add clouds because it makes it look pretty. We're going to take this from 10 o'clock all the way through noon tomorrow. I'll let it load a loop real quick. Excuse me, microphone. Scoot-loodles. I'll readjust myself. Alright, so let's go ahead and load this. This is what the high-res rapid refresh model thinks the radar will look like overnight. It would help if I put a timestamp on there. My apologies. This is what the HERT thinks we're going to have tonight into tomorrow morning. And again, this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model. It's not perfect, but it does give a representative idea of what we might have. This thinks we're going to have a complex of storms fire up from the storms in the hill country that will move east across central Texas, south central Texas, the Brazos Valley, into southeast Texas tonight into tomorrow morning. Notice this is over the span of many hours. These storms are not going to be moving quickly, and we're going to have a lot of rain. Flooding's going to be a major concern. Tomorrow morning in Houston is not going to be a particularly pleasant experience driving. Not that it ever really is a pleasant experience driving. But again, these could be dropping 3 to 4 inches of rain per hour, and if they're going to take a chill pill over movement, they're going to drop a lot more than 4 inches of rain. So again, flooding, main concern. Damaging winds with some of these storms, especially that little Boeing complex that develops around central Texas and blasts across the Brazos Valley into southeast Texas tonight. Damaging straight line winds with that, maybe a spin-up tornado or two. Some hail with the discrete storms we're dealing with right now that may continue into parts of the night. But, you know, we haven't had reports of big-time hail recently. So at least that's the good news. So that's what may go tonight into tomorrow morning. As we transition to more of a cluster of storms, the threat for big hail, you know, the baseballs, the softballs will decrease. We'll transition over to straight line winds, maybe the occasional spin-up embedded tornado, heavy rainfall with flooding. All right, I'm going to turn some of these lights down. And yeah, y'all can still see me. Oh, that's so much easier on my eyes. All right, so we're going to return the chair to its properly reclined position. We'll put the super duper mic There we go. And again, what we're going to be dealing with this evening into tomorrow morning. Here you go. It's going to storm. Central Texas, the Hill Country, parts of the the whole Brazos Valley, probably. Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, East Texas. The dog just ran at the front door, which indicates mischief. And it looks like we may have a new tornadoes trying to develop now northeast of Turkey. Let's get back to the real-time radar. And again, I know we got storms all over the place. I'll switch. Here's the real-time radar across the state. I know we got storms, but we're focusing on the most life-threatening storms. If I'm not talking about you, that's usually a good thing. But again, just assume most storms tonight could have some hail, some strong winds, a low tornado threat, maybe, and then, well, heavy rain and flooding for sure. So let's get back to it. The tornado warning we have, this is for portions of southwestern Hall, southeastern Briscoe counties, and the southeastern Texas Panhandle. This is going to be until 8:30 p.m., though they'll probably expand it farther than that. We've got a possible circulation now. It's kind of messed up on this, but I can outline it. A rain wrap circulation near Tampico, where this bounded weak echo region is. And we're also watching this hook echo south of Turkey. Turkey, it's pouring rain, it's storming. Up here northeast of Turkey, we're seeing a pretty good indication of strong low-level shear now again. We could have a heavily rain-wrapped tornado. And again, this would be in proximity of... Here, let me see if I can't get some roads on here for y'all. I know, I know rural areas, not a lot of reference marks, but I can at least try for anyone who's out here. And again, County Road 15, you've got Highway 86. And again, this is County Road Whiskey near 86, and I guess the only other way I can verbally or visually describe it is to say possible tornado 9 miles northeast of Turkey, moving kind of northeast right now towards the community of Tampico. I'm not sure if that's even a community or if it's just a relative landmark. It looks like a relative landmark in terms of my map, but FM 657 and Highway 86. So we'll switch, or I'll put my radar back in. So FM 657 and Highway 86, if you're in that area, northeast of Turkey, you need to be in a safe place. If you're in Turkey, I'd still encourage you to be in a safe place. We've got a circulation trying to spin up southeast of town. We got a circulation northeast of town near FM 657 and Highway 86. And then we've got a second circulation trying to spin up down on... Oh, you know what? I really just need to put a road app list on this thing. Jason, I need more monitors. Here, I'm just going to pull up Google Maps. We'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah, there is probably a rain-wrapped tornado very near FM 657 and Highway 86. Maybe 2 miles southwest of there. Let me switch back over. Let me see if I can't fix this de-aliasing issue on here. If not, I might just show you what I'm looking at on my screen. Let me try this setting really quick. If it doesn't work, I doubt it will. I'll just show you my screen. I mean, honestly, that's a little better. But I'm just going to show you my screen real quick. So, do that. I'll move this nonsense out of the way. I really need to clean this desk. Alright, let's full screen Baldy-in-Chief's head. Let's use the magical power of this camera to show you what I'm looking at on my monitor. Alright, we're going to do this. Nope, wrong way. My apologies. So I'm just going to zoom in.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Travis County in Texas.
Okay, so that's a flash flood warning for the city of Austin. So this is what I'm looking at. I know it's kind of blurry, but you can see the red and green there, right? Well, that's what we're looking at. Possible tornado near FM 657 and Highway 86. This is northeast of Turkey. Turkey is right here. This about 8 miles northeast of Turkey. FM 657 and Highway 86 is right there. Very strong signature of rotation right here. You can see the reds
and Swisher County in Texas.
And the green is coming together, the blues right here. The blue, that's going to be winds moving towards the radar at about 90 miles an hour. Reds, that's about 35 miles an hour. So again, that is about 110 knots or about 130 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. Notice that's in the middle of heavy rain. So again, the potential of a rain-wrapped tornado there. All right, we're going to zoom back out. Zoom in on Baldy-in-Chief's head here. Morning. Let's go back to the radar. Again, here's what it looks like on your screen. The reason I was having to show you the velocity on that is this program doesn't always de-alias correctly, but I have my own screen for this fancy-mancy stuff. I've got like 10 screens around here, but that's neither here nor there. So again, if you're in Turkey, I'd remain in a safe place for now, though the highest threat of a tornado now south of Turkey on Highway 70, please be 70, I bet it, yeah, 70 neat, and maybe on Highway 86 near FM 657. All right, real quick, we've got new storms that have quickly fired farther west. Silverton up 207 now towards Vigo Park. Those storms have intensified. And remember how I said it was going to be interesting to see how this cluster of storms farther south interacted? It ate them. Notice that the intense storms that were here, and I'm going to loop it, they're pretty much weakening quickly here. Notice what's happening. See, it's literally just eating them. So this supercell, one of two things is going to happen. One, the storms interacting with main supercell in Turkey will weaken the circulation. Or two, it may jumpstart it, and we may be doing a Tornado Palooza event up here. Right now, it's a Tornado Palooza event. I'll try to switch back to the velocity again. You can see, I mean, it's a little easier now. No, we're not doing a 3-hour loop. No, bad, 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 bad. Here you go. You can see this thing, that nasty circulation near FM 657 and Highway 86, and then a circulation out just east of Highway 70 at, well, several miles southeast of Turkey, and then we've got storms galore coming in from the west. Again, I'll zoom out so you can see that. Okay, now let's take a quick gander at what's going on down here. We've got a flash flood warning now. This does include Travis County. This includes the city of Austin. This includes Pflugerville, Manor, Sunset Valley. I'll go ahead and read this warning. It's flash flood warnings until 11:30 p.m. At 8:22 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 to 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rain, 1 to 2 inches, possible over the next hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected. So again, they're expecting the possibility of flooding on creeks, streams, highways, streets, underpasses, urban areas. Locations include Austin, Pflugerville, Windermere, Westlake Hills, Rolling Wood, Sunset Valley, Camp Mayberry, and Wells Branch. Turn around. Don't drown. Be cautious at night when it's harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. So again, this storm no longer severe, but it's producing a lot of lightning, gusty winds, flooding rains. Same thing goes. Groesbeck to Buffalo to Hewitt to Centerville to Leona, west of Crockett. Very heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, gusty winds. Flooding is the main issue. Back west, we've got a tornadic thunderstorm doing all sorts of spinny, doom mischief around Turkey. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Well, guess what? You get multiple circulations. We got a very strong circulation wrapped in very heavy rain. This is going to be near FM 657 and Highway 86. Another circulation developing now. That's going to be... Oh, let me see if I can't find it. Typically, I can just use town landmarks, but out here, well, infrequent. So this is going to be off FM 656, probably near County Road 8. This is going to be as you head down 656 towards Northfield. And again, that's not a great area to be right now, especially with heavy rain and flooding. So again, 2 possible tornadoes, one off 656 and County Road B, well southeast of Turkey, one near FM 657 and Highway 86 near Tampico, maybe a bit southeast of there. And again, both these could be heavily wrapped in rain, hail, etc. So folks out east of Turkey need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Turkey, right now you're doing okay, but if you're in Turkey, you're going to need to be mindful that these things are moving erratically, and I can't rule it out trying to come back in from the east. So Turkey, it'd be a good idea to stay in a safe location for now, especially with flooding. Those of you in Turkey east towards Tampico, Parnell, west of S-Line on 86 in Hall County, you need to be in a safe place. If you are southeast of Turkey, all the way down to almost Northfield, I'd be in a safe place too. Nobody or their mama should be doing anything out here in southern Hall County at this point. We got flooding from heavy storms all day. We got some hail. Now, we could have 2 tornadoes down right now in the dark, embedded within areas of heavy rainfall, coming off the cap rock and into hilly terrain, which in itself exacerbates flooding issues, not to mention makes it a little more difficult to see the tornadoes that may be ongoing. This is the only tornado warning we have right now, thankfully. We'll get an update here from the radar velocity in just a moment. But again, the how hard it's raining mode, look, it's a blob. It is a scary, super-duper blob, now just east of Turkey, northeast of Turkey. Look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. I realize this is a bucket of spilled paint to most of y'all. You have no idea what you're looking at. You don't care. 2 tornadoes. Winds in blue and green, those are winds moving towards the radar in Amarillo. Colors in red, that's just the winds moving away from the radar. This is the Doppler portion of Doppler radar. It is able to determine the direction, moving towards or away the radar, and the velocity of objects, raindrops, etc. That is the Doppler portion of this. So if you're around Tampico, you'd be in a safe place. If you're east of Turkey, you better be in a safe place. If you're in Turkey, honestly, Turkey itself, you're probably okay for now, but you've got more storms coming in. The worst right now is off to the east of town. That was spooky.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hall County in Texas.
And that was a new tornado warning for this storm. It'll pop up here in just a second. I'll read the magical super duper warning. All right, at 8:30 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located 9 miles northeast of Turkey, moving northeast at 10. Apparently, so yeah, tornadoes down 9 miles northeast of Turkey. This tornado warning's over rural portions of Hall County. Really, it's over rural portions, again, of Hall County. If I look over here in the population metrics, if I can find it, I'm sure it's in the single digits. So there's not a lot of folks out here, but we don't want folks out here traveling on 86 between 287 and 70 right now. With that dangerous storm, and you can see farther northwest, north of Silverton, south of Claude on 207, nasty hailers possible. But again, it's a mess out here. Very high precipitation supercells. It's dark now. It's just not a fun situation. All right, let's take a look east of Perryton. This storm southwest of Booker is still going. It's got a hail signature. No tornado signature, but hail core, maybe golf ball size hail, passing south of Booker on Highway 23 in the next 15 minutes. 15 to 30 minutes. If it continues, it could eventually impact Highway 15 around Highway 305 with some hail, high wind, etc. Going south we go. Where we end up, who the heck knows? We've got a storm northwest of Snyder. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds with that. Nothing severe. Notice the number of severe thunderstorm warnings out here. If I turn the radar off and just show warnings, has decreased dramatically. We've got the tornado warning for Hall County, southwest of Memphis, west of Childress. Otherwise, no other severe thunderstorm warnings out here except the storm east of Perryton and this cluster of storms back west on 207. Heading south, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. for the thunderstorm between Buffalo, Hewitt, and Centerville. That has some strong winds at this point, maybe a bit of mid-level rotation, honestly. And then
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden and Scurry County in Texas.
Is my response to that. And otherwise, we're just dealing with a lot of flash flooding. Travis County, Austin, Pflugerville, flood warning. Flash flooding, Manor, Austin, Pflugerville. 2 inches of rain the last hour. Could be another 2 in the next 30 minutes. That's a lot of rain in an urban area. Again, all these storms aren't moving very quickly. I'll load a radar loop over the last half hour. I shouldn't have hit that button. And see, these just aren't moving. I mean, they're barely moving. They're just trotting along like little stormies that have nothing better to do except produce super heavy rain and flooding. They really probably should put a new tornado warning on that thing southeast of Turkey that's spun up. What do I know? I'm just bald. Okay. So again, that's what the radar looks like with this activity. It's not moving very quickly. We'll go look at the new severe thunderstorm warning out here in the northeastern big country / West Texas. You can see the thing west of Snyder actually is severe now. The potential for large hail up to the size of ping pong balls well northwest of Snyder. Let me see if I can't get a better geographical location for y'all. Again, this is going to be approaching Fullerville, Dermont, Brand, northwest of Snyder, crossing over Highway 84. The potential for large hail in the next several minutes. As this storm moves northeast, the Weather Service says at about 40 miles an hour. Let's see if it's actually doing that or not. It seems to be moving more easterly. But again, those of you from Snyder northwest up 84 through Brand, Dermont, Fullerville, you're going to have some hail issues in the next little while. Heavy rain as well. All right, let's go back up to the tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong County in Texas.
Okay, that's for the left split here. That's for this storm south of Claude, right up 207. It's moving more north, so they had to put a warning out for that. That's going to stay east of Amarillo. Northeast of Turkey, we've got a rain wrap circulation. The one that was near 84, I was going to say 84, it's 86. Too many highways today. Highway 86 now east of FM 8 or FM 657, probably by about a mile or two. It's not far, but again, east of FM 857 and Highway 86, barely just east of what's called Tampico on my map, but FM 857 and Highway 86, possible tornado, and then southeast of Turkey, strong indications of a tornado now over County Road Alpha Alpha, about 2 miles north of FM 656. So again, this storm continues to be capable of producing multiple simultaneous rain-wrapped tornadoes. So be mindful of that if you're east of Turkey. The storm's not moving very fast. It's only moving east at probably 20 miles an hour, but eventually this could be an issue for Highway 287 from Childress up to S-Line. Jason, you're going to have to tell me how to say that. E-S-T-E-L-L-I-N-E, or I'm just going to call it the Speed Trap Town. That might be a better reference at this point. I don't know if it deserves a town name. It might just deserve Speed Trap. Okay, so, and no, I haven't ever gotten a ticket there, but its reputation is well known. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hall and Motley County in Texas.
That's just a new tornado warning for that southern circulation. back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, you can see it here. We've got one circulation northeast of Turkey by, I'll just press some buttons here. It's northeast of Turkey by 10 miles. We have another circulation, a very strong one, I might add, that is moving northwest. It's occluding and moving northwest. That one's only 3 miles southeast of Turkey. So again, I mentioned these have been erratic. This thing's trying to move northwest, which, yes, it can occur on these complex evolutions. So again, Turkey, I want you to stay in shelter. You've got a tornado 3 to 4 miles southeast of town right now, slowly moving northwest, southeast to northwest. What we had happen was it was moving east. Now it's making that turn left. When they occlude or start weakening, they can move northwest for a time. So again, if this doesn't dissipate in time, this could bring the possible tornado right back towards Turkey. So if you're in Turkey, I know you've had about as much fun as a politician in front of a parliamentary inquiry, but you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in a sturdy site-built structure. So again, it's just spinning itself around into a tizzy 4 miles southeast of Turkey, completely wrapped in heavy rain. You're not going to see it, but it's probably there. So be mindful of that. Same thing goes if you're on 86, all the way probably to 15 miles northeast of Turkey. I'm going to play some audio clips real quick. All right, so it's 8:40 p.m. on this, the 1st of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes now currently near or just east of Turkey. This is a complex evolution, a very high precipitation supercell, but unfortunately it does have multiple circulations. You can see a nasty circulation southeast of Turkey. You can see nasty circulation northeast of Turkey. All this is slowly moving east at about 15 miles per hour with the potential for damaging winds, hail, and, yeah, spin-up tornadoes. So we're going to have to be mindful of that and be mindful of the fact this thing's wrapped in heavy rain. Eventually, if it makes it out to Highway 287, it may do so in about an hour at its present rate. It could eventually be a problem for places like Essling all the way out to Childress, but that's probably an hour away still. Again, back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We got storms extending back northwest from Silverton in an arc all the way to almost Canyon now. These could have localized winds over 60 miles an hour, quarter to golf ball size hail, and they're generally in an arc motion moving north at about, well, I don't know if it's moving north at 50, but I'll do 40. I'll show you real quick what I mean. Okay, moving in an arc, probably like that at about 40. So that's where these storms could be over the next hour. This northern section here is moving in an arc. This thing...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston County in Texas.
I mean, this thing, you can see it's moving all sorts of directions, if we're being honest. It may not even be moving, but it's generally trying to progress to the east-northeast at about 20, which again could bring it towards 287 around Essling, hail and tornadoes between Turkey and Essling for the next 2 hours. Let's go south. You can see we do have some stormy mischief. Where's the closest radar? I don't know. Let's see. Lubbock radar is down, so we're not using that. That's 81, 96. Okay, so we got to use the Midland radar. Severe storm west of Snyder, moving east at about, well, they say 40. I don't know if it's moving at 40. It's probably moving east at about 30. But again, this could impact Highway 84. Between Snyder, Brand, Dermont, and Fullerville, southeast of Justisburg, southeast of Post. That could have hail. It's not moving north like that. This radar algorithm's being more unintelligent than me when I don't have cookies. Speaking of cookies, now I want cookies. Oh, it's like the worst thing ever. No cookies for me. All right, so again, circulation. Let's see how far east of Turkey it is. This is the main circulation now, and again, I'm sorry, it's over rural areas east of Turkey. There's just not a lot out here to give you reference points over, so I guess I'll just do the good old-fashioned how many miles it is from Turkey and hope folks can read a map. It's about 7 miles east of Turkey. 6 to 7 east of Turkey. Moving east at this point, probably, I mean, the Weather Service says it's 3 miles an hour. It's probably moving east, let's just say 10 miles an hour. At some point, it's probably going to start moving east. But, yeah, I mean, for now, yeah, it may just be sitting here. Let me show you the time loop over the last half hour. Again, you can see this thing is just sitting. We had one couplet up on 86 and FM 857. This circulation east of Turkey, it's literally just sitting. So it really is, this storm is just sitting, which is dumping a whole lot of rain. But also, if there's a tornado there, you're not going to see it because it is so wrapped in heavy rain, hail, all that nonsense. So, yeah, it's just not great. We'll zoom out, make sure we're not missing anything else in the velocity department. Switch back to base velocity here. Reflectivity, you can see storms with hail, now northeast of Silverton, south of Claude, east of Canyon, moving north, east at about 40 miles an hour. The storm near Turkey isn't moving. It eventually may start moving east at 10 miles an hour, but for now, it's just not moving.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe, Childress, Cottle, Hall, and Motley County in Texas.
Okay, so that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that takes this whole complex of storms out here almost to Childress and Estling. We'll see that pop up in a minute. I'll just read the warning. 13 miles southwest of Memphis. Okay, so they're talking about this whole cluster from southwest of Lakeview, southwest of Memphis, all the way down towards 86 to southeast of Turkey. And it's moving northeast at 15. Capable of at least quarter-size hail, winds of 60. And that's just a big old blob. Down the big country. We've got hail. When dog, you're going to have to pick in or out. We're not playing this game tonight. Can I help you? Why are you trying to lick my feet? Oh, go lay down. Or not. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 7-minute break. I'll let the radar animation play. We'll come back. We'll talk about, again, the expectations for tonight and into tomorrow morning. Only one tornado warning near Turkey, Texas right now. And then we have several storms producing hail, wind, etc. So we'll be back at 8:55 or sooner if necessary. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:55 p.m. on this, the 1st of May, 2024. Let's get back to it. As you can see, we got stormies galore. We've got storms dropping flooding rains across the eastern Brazos Valley from near Mahia to Crockett, Buffalo, northeast of Madisonville. Those storms really just aren't moving anywhere. We've got storms continuing to try to arc back into southern North Texas with some rain. We've got flooding in Travis County from Austin up to Pflugerville with rain. That activity slowly moving north into Round Rock. We may have some more storms try to fire up later that'll move into that area. Farther west, little complex in the Concho Valley. You can see that little curlicue there, indicative of a mesoscale convective vortex developing. That's just an area of low pressure. It means that complex of storms will probably continue, making it into the hill country later this evening. For now, nothing with that severe. Moving east. Up in West Texas, the Panhandle, you could see the beginnings of our cluster of storms developing now from near Snyder to Jayden to Matador to Memphis, all the way up towards Clarendon. That activity will also move east towards northwest Texas and Texoma. Strongest storms right now, excluding the tornado warning near Turkey. We could have quarter-size hail, localized wind gusts over 65 miles an hour, flooding, rainfall. The storm near Turkey is the one that has the potential of a tornado right now. We'll zoom back in on the high-res rapid refresh radar. You can see this thing's wrapped up like a buttercup now. Now it's definitely got that little rotaty look to it. You can see a large area of tornadic circulation, probably now at this point only 5 miles, maybe 4 miles northeast of Turkey. This thing really just isn't moving much. It's honestly just doing a loop-de-loop. So just northeast of Turkey, we continue to see tornadic circulations ongoing. Possible tornado again at 8:48 p.m. Possible tornado located 13 miles northeast of Turkey, moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. So it's just not a good idea to be on Highway 86 between Turkey, west of Essling. Meanwhile, some of our chasers are up in Kansas right now. They're filming a landspout tornado near Interstate 70. One of them just sent a picture. I filmed it with a snake in a car. It counts. His girlfriend, yep, snake. Okay, that's pretty funny. Just, the random things. But again, this tornado probably about 4 miles, 5 miles northeast of Turkey. It's just meandering around with erratic motion. The storm itself should be hopefully moving around 10 miles an hour to the northeast. It's a Monday. And you can see with that erratic motion, the Weather Service is not taking chances. This tornado warning polygon goes, includes the city of Turkey, goes all the way up to near Highway 70 and Highway 256. Again, just because this circulation at times has been moving northwest. So, again, those of you in Turkey, you're just not going to want to be... Don't go east of town, that's for sure. And hope this doesn't actually try to push west again. But again, probable tornado now down still 4 miles northeast of Turkey near Highway 86. And that's going to continue. So again, those of you in Turkey, I'd be ready to be in shelter or stay in shelter. If you are in pretty much eastern Hall County at this point, Let's zoom out, make sure we're not missing anything. Let's see. Turn that down a little on my end. Let's go south and take a look at what's going on down here. We'll take a look from the Dias radar. You can see a little complex now of storms from Jayden, west of Aspermont. I'll read what the text says. Severe storms 11 miles southeast of Claremont, 12 miles south of Jayden, moving east at 40. Quarter-size hail 60s. That severe thunderstorm warning does include Aspermont, Highway 380 from Jayden all the way down to north of Hamlin to west of Rural. And then again, these storms generally moving east at, they say, about 40 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds to 60. Look at the radar. Yeah, there is definitely some straight-line wind signatures with that thunderstorm. So, again, that may be the beginnings of that part of the complex of storms moving east into the big country. Farther northwest, we'll take a look from the Frederick radar because it's, well, why not? You can see we've got storms from Paducah northwest towards Turkey, Aslan, all the way up northeast towards Clarendon and Claude. These storms as a whole are moving northeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail, and then again, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado continues 4 miles northeast of Turkey with a nearly stationary tornado that's wrapped in rain. So again, those of you in Turkey, stay in shelter. No travel between Turkey and Essling, recommended on Highway 86. And then some stronger storms farther north. Back into the Brazos Valley, central Texas. Blanco, nothing around you anymore. We've got heavy rain falling, Georgetown, Round Rock, Hutto, Taylor. Slowly moving northeast. We've got storms producing flooding. From Mahia to Tighe to Groesbeck to Buffalo to Hewitt to Centerville to Leona, down I-45 to Madisonville, and then a very nasty looking hail signature now just south of Lovelady. That storm actually has perked up quite a bit. That could have some very large hail around Highway 19 and Lovelady, the largest in this part of the state by far so far today. That may be golf ball size hail or larger, and along with very heavy rain. But again, that is a very nasty looking hail core there now, and that storm's moving northeast only at about 20 miles an hour. Again, all these storms are just, it's not going to be good for flooding. Very, very heavy rainfall and more flooding after flooding a few days ago. That's going to send another flood wave down the Trinity and the San Jacinto rivers. Back in the Concho Valley, we have a severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Ozana now. This will be the storm moving east towards Sonora on Interstate 10. Winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential for heavy rainfall, maybe some hail. Again, that storm's moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track on it. Present rate would be in Sonora by 9:30. Thereafter, just moving along Interstate 10, probably make it into Junction by 11 o'clock. And you can see we have other scattered storms now developing in the Concho Valley, the Big Country, and the northern Edwards Plateau, the western hill country. I'll turn on the radar loop here so y'all can see what's going on. We'll put a loop-de-loop-der on it. You can see those scattered storms developing, moving generally to the north, while this complex from east of Big Lake to Ozana moves east. I just got a report of multiple landslides on Highway 70, just southeast of Highway 256. That makes sense with the canyons there. So again, 207 is going to have a bunch of rocks on it, north of Turkey. Farther north, you can see these thunderstorms kind of almost into a complex now, it looks like, with the one storm around Turkey still capable of trying to produce a tornado. Though, as these storms kind of squall line out, that may end that circulation. We'll see. we note, for what it's worth, southeast winds up to 60 in western Oklahoma. That's interesting. Why? There's no storms out there. And then northeastern Panhandle starting to calm down. You can see a little storm still well east of Perryton moving to Farlette. That could have small hail. That's all that's left of the supercell from earlier that produced tornadoes near Spearman. And then again, this complex of storms starting to move farther east and organize in the eastern portions of west central Texas, moving towards northwest Texas. All right, so let's take a look at what we expect for today, tonight, into tomorrow with the high-res rapid refresh model. Can actually load a loop. That'll take, let's see what the HER looks like right now. I'm going to do 9 o'clock. Let me switch on the guidance. I'll let you see that. This is what the HER shows at 9 o'clock. It's doing okay. It is doing way overboard down here in the Edwards Plateau, North Texas, but well, it'll at least give an idea of what we expect tonight. And I'll go ahead and just load it through midnight tomorrow at this rate. Load that data. Okay, here's 11 o'clock through tomorrow morning. You can see, yeah, we're going to have a complex of storms move southeast into southeast Texas overnight. Storms continuing. The potential for new storms to develop tomorrow afternoon, northwest Texas, the big country, that could move into north Texas tomorrow night. And some of those storms could also be severe, just like today, with large hail, localized damaging wind gusts, a low tornado threat. But we'll see how everything evolves from tonight. All right, the Weather Service is now indicating the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds in Stonewall County approaching Aspermont. I'm kind of curious where that came from. See if we had a wind gust measured by one of the West Texas Mesonet stations out here. So let's see. I just want to see what the wind is. I'm not seeing anything. No, I did. The Jaden Mesonet station measured an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. So I'll show you what that's all about. West Texas Mesonet Station in Jaden measured a 80-mile-an-hour wind gust with this complex of storms moving through. So, yeah, that's why we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for winds now up to 80 miles an hour for portions of Stonewall County, including Aspermont. You can see the radar showing heavy thunderstorms from north of Snyder now, in northern Scurry County, up into southeastern Kent County, and Stonewall counties. The potential for damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour with that complex of storms that is, at this point, moving east. It looks like at about 40 miles an hour. Take a look from the Dias radar. So again, this is going to be moving east at about 40. The potential hurricane force winds up to 80 miles an hour as measured in Jaden with the West Texas Mesonet Weather Station. Back up into the Panhandle. I think we are losing this storm. That's good. This storm northeast of Turkey, I think, got eaten by the squall line, and that really knocked over that updraft, which has rapidly weakened the circulation with this thunderstorm and the hail core. So that at least finally moved the rain out of Turkey, which means all this activity, I think, is going to start moving east here pretty quickly. Yeah, and zooming out, you can see all these storms kind of lining out now into a squall line, starting to move east at about 30 miles an hour. 80-mile-an-hour wind there at Jayden in the last 15 minutes. That's moving east towards Aspermont. Southeast, we have storms in the eastern Brazos Valley, parts of East Texas. They're not really moving, unfortunately, producing very heavy rainfall and significant flooding again tonight. We've got heavy rain now north of Travis County from near Round Rock all the way over towards Thrale, Taylor, Hutto, Coupland, moving up towards Georgetown and Circleville. Granger, very heavy rain, the potential for flooding there. We've got major flooding underway from near Mahia to Teague to Farrar to Dew, Buffalo, Hewitt, Centerville, Madisonville, Lovelady, the potential for a hail core with golf ball size hail, Trinity to Lovelady the next few minutes. And then we note additional storms with some heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds developing across southern North Texas, moving north. All right, so again, you can see starting to transition now from supercells, discrete, semi-discrete storms, to that line of thunderstorms that will then move east across several regions of Texas tonight, with the strongest storms capable of producing strong winds, heavy rain, maybe a spin-up tornado, and flooding. All right, so again, we're going to probably have a complex of storms in parts of central Texas, the Concho Valley, moving east into the hill country, southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley overnight into southeast Texas, maybe parts of Texoma, North Texas as well. Strongest storms, heavy producing hail, probably nickel to quarter size, honestly, if that. Damaging straight line winds. Maybe a spin-up tornado. Tornado threat at this point is low to very low. And heavy rain that can cause flooding. All right, so what we're going to do right now is while all this is going on, we're just going to keep the stream going. We're going to be doing updates every once in a while. So while this is going on, I'm going to stop talking for a few minutes. And we'll be back with an update by 9:30. If something happens before then, we'll be back by then. Or before then. But otherwise, I'll leave the radar here, and we'll keep an eye on things as we expect thunderstorms to move from west to east, continuing well into the night. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is time to actually point the camera at my bald head, for that is why I am called the Baldy. Otherwise, how would you know I'm bald? It is 9:30 now on this, the 1st of May, 2024. We've got thunderstorms moving across several regions of Texas this evening, across the southeastern Texas Panhandle into northwest Texas with strong winds. We've got a severe storm over the city of Aspermont with up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. That is in the western, well, technically the big country. We've got a thunderstorm that has become severe now near Paint Rock. That storm is moving north towards Ballinger. That storm could have quarter-size hail, damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We've got thunderstorms now quickly about to move into Sonora with the potential for 50 to 60 mile-an-hour west winds, nickel to quarter-size hail, very heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. That complex of storms is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We've got storms with small hail southeast of Fredericksburg. We've got storms in the big country, generally on I-45 from Mahia down to Centerville, all the way to Trinity. Moving, really just not moving. I mean, I guess they're technically moving slowly southeast, but based off radar trends, clearly they're just dropping rain over the same areas. And then we've got that area of thunderstorm activity from Round Rock to just west of Lexington. There on 79, Thrale to Rockdale. Heavy rain, no severe weather with that. No more tornado warnings. We have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Sutton County in Texas.
Let's hope we don't have any new tornado warnings tonight, though the risk is low, not zero. So again, expectations continue to be this line of storms coming in from the west will move east with the potential for damaging straight-line winds, hail at times, and heavy rainfall. I'm going to switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model. So let me change the upper third. That hasn't loaded yet, so again, we'll just keep looking at this, I guess. The expectation for the night is the thunderstorms across the eastern Texas Panhandle, northwest Texas, big country, Concho Valley, will continue to move east, probably as a broken line of storms, but we note some storms trying to develop ahead of the line now. Some of those storms could have hail, localized damaging wind gusts of 60 to 80 miles an hour, a very low to low tornado threat, and heavy rain that could cause flooding. Most of those storms in the line are moving east at 30 to 40 miles an hour. The individual storms that are out ahead of that line moving almost due north at 20 miles an hour with a threat of hail, heavy rain, localized damaging wind gusts. The storms over parts of central Texas and the eastern Brazos Valley are generally either moving north very slowly or not moving much at all, with a threat of heavy rain. Maybe a bit of hail between Trinity, Glendale, Friday, and Lovelady right now, west of Highway 287, northwest of Groveton. Otherwise, no significant hail issues right now in the state of Texas, outside of maybe a little bit of hail moving into Ballinger with some heavy rain there in the Concho Valley. The plan is we're going to be doing these cut-ins every about 20 to 30 minutes. We're still here. We're keeping an eye on things, but we're less in a real-time coverage mode now and just more in a keeping an eye on things and popping on real quick if we have something happen mode. But again, over the last 30 minutes, we've seen an uptick in thunderstorm activity in the Concho Valley, Hill Country, and some of those storms could become severe as they move north-northeast with a threat of maybe some hail, gusty winds, heavy rain that could cause flooding. Otherwise, this line of storms in the Panhandle, eastern Panhandle, West central Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, going to keep moving east. We could eventually see a cluster of storms organize and move southeast across central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, late tonight into the morning hours on Thursday. And then we've got heavy rain continuing to cause flooding problems on I-45 now from Fairfield to Buffalo to Centerville to Leona. Back west to Mahia from earlier rain. So more rain and storms possible tonight, if not likely, across portions of central Texas, north Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, eastern Concho Valley, maybe even parts of north Texas and the Big Country, and northwest Texas. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. And as always, you can track the storms and get your local weather forecast with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Again, we'll be back with another update at 9:50 p.m. sooner if needed. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. All right, good evening. It's 9:50 p.m. on this Wednesday, the 1st of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have seen a uptick in thunderstorm coverage over the last half hour across portions of northwest Texas, the Big Country, into the Concho Valley. Jason, I'm here myself on mini PC. Those thunderstorms are moving to the northeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. You can see some of these storms have become on the strong side around Ballinger. We've had quarter-size hail. That's moving up towards Winters and Tuscola, and eventually may move into the city of Abilene. Across the hill country, we're seeing some storms firing up in Junction, just west of the Interstate 35 urban corridor, Fredericksburg, north of Stonewall, south of Llano. We got a pretty good little storm coming into Rockdale, and then we've still got flood and rains all the way from Trinity to Friday to Leona. All of that activity moving off to the the stuff on I-45 really isn't moving anywhere. Stuff northeast of Austin, near Rockdale, moving northeast slowly. Stuff that is east of Ozana now, near Sonora, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Storms in the hill country, the Edwards Plateau, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, northwest Texas. All the individual storms are moving north, but as a whole, it'll all start progressing east over the next couple of hours, perhaps forming into one or more little clusters of storms. The strongest storms could have nickel to quarter-size hail, localized wind gusts of 50 to 65 miles an hour. There might be some higher winds at times, but that'll be the gist of it probably, unless we see an actual legitimate line of storms organize, which then would have a higher threat for wind. Maybe a spin-up tornado or two. The tornado threat this evening is very low to low, and then heavy rain and flooding is going to be the main issue with most of these storms. As you can see, we got plenty of them. They're producing plenty of tropical moisture, and overall are moving east. All right, let's take a look now at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. This will be for tonight into Thursday. So let me load this data real quick. This will be from, I'm just going to go midnight through noon. Give me a second. I probably should actually clear that data off. All right, so this is what the HER thinks is going to be going on at midnight. We'll see. I mean, it's possible, but it hasn't been the most accurate today. Nevertheless, I guess it does represent the thunderstorm expectations as we go into the morning. You can see storms, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, parts of the Hill Country, storms progressing south out of the Brazos Valley, through the Brazos Valley, into southeast Texas, east Texas, parts of South Texas, South Central Texas, at least tomorrow morning. Strongest storms, again, heavy rain and flooding issues possible. The potential for some of these storms to produce nickel to quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts of 55 to 70 miles an hour, a very low threat of a spin-up tornado or two. The threat's not completely zero, but again, the main issue tonight should be damaging winds and heavy rainfall. That is the expectation for these storms as we continue overnight into tomorrow morning. You can see it could be a wet morning around Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Bryan College Station, the Brazos Valley. And some folks are going to get too much rain again with the threat of flooding. So flooding, I think, is going to probably be the most significant widespread issue we deal with overnight into Thursday morning, especially Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, into Southeast Texas, where some of these folks have already had flooding over the last several days and don't need any more, but Mother Nature doesn't really care either. Okay, so again, back to the real-time radar. you can see we have scattered thunderstorms underway. The Concho Valley, the Big Country, Northwest Texas, with more storms developing now as upper level lift increases. You can see storms as a whole now progressing east, only left in the southeastern Texas Panhandle, parts of Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, progressing east towards the Hill Country, North Texas, Texoma. We've also got some activity in the Brazos Valley. As a whole, this will progress from west to east, though some storms may just not be moving very much, with some of the strongest storms producing quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds of 55 to 70 miles an hour, a low threat for an embedded spin-up tornado or two, with heavy rain and flooding being the most significant issue tonight, along with cloud-to-ground lightning. So we'll be keeping an eye on it here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll keep doing these updates about every 20 minutes or so. We'll pop on sooner if something happens, but otherwise we'll just stay here through the evening, overnight, updating y'all every little once in a while, keeping folks informed. Even if, these storms are behaving themselves, we can at least let you know everything's okie dokie.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harmon and Jackson County in Oklahoma, Ford and Hardeman County in Texas.
You can see those storms in northwest Texas making progress to the northeast. Potential for some heavy rain, strong winds, pocket change size hail. So we'll be keeping an eye on things with y'all. We'll have our next update at 10:15 sooner if needed. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Alrighty, tidy, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is 10:15 on the Wednesday, the 1st of May, 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chaser, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got scattered thunderstorms now underway across northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, into the Hill Country, east through portions of central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and a bit of East Texas. Storms across northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, showing an uptick in intensity over the last 30 minutes, with damaging winds over 60 miles an hour possible in some of these storms now, along with maybe some quarter-size hail. Very heavy rainfall capable of producing flooding. These storms generally now in a linear progression. I'll go ahead and pause the loop here. You can see the line of storms, mostly solid, but a bit broken at times, extending right through here. As a whole, going to start moving to the east. Now, some of these are still moving northeast. Some of these are still moving southeast. But as a whole, this complex is going to move from west to east over the night, with the potential for some rain and storms in places like Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, maybe even South Central Texas, progressing into the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas, and maybe even parts of East Texas and South Central Texas and the coastal plains overnight. Depending on how this turns out, we may eventually see it turn more to the southeast. And again, the strongest storms could produce localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, maybe some dime to quarter size hail, a very low threat of a spin-up tornado or two. The tornado threat's not completely zero, but it's lower than it was earlier. And again, the potential for heavy rainfall. We can go ahead and take a look at the high-resolution weather model radar. You can see we've got strong winds southwest of Crowell. We've got heavy rain with these storms moving from near Quanah to Crowell to Benjamin, Knox City, down to rural just west of Haskell, down to Anson in the Big Country, and a couple of storms out ahead of that from Seymour down to Throckmorton on 183. Those individual storms are mainly moving to the north-northeast. So we take a look from the Abilene radar, you can see a pretty good surge of wind coming in towards Stanford. That is moving southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. You can see winds being indicated around 65 to 70 miles an hour. And again, that complex, or that portion of the squall line, is moving southeast or east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour, while these individual storms out ahead of it still moving more to the northeast. But as a whole, most of this is moving east, or will progress to the east. Down the Concho Valley from south of Tuscola Lawn to Ballinger, east to west of Santa Ana and Coleman, here on Highway 67, you can see these thunderstorms also moving more to the east-northeast for now. Some of these storms showing pockets of strong wind gusts near 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some hail. As we continue southeast, east of San Angelo, we've got storms from Menard to Mason, back southwest to Junction, heavy rainfall, a bit of hail, gusty winds with that activity. Back down into portions of the Hill Country now, we've got thunderstorms northeast of Fredericksburg moving towards Buchanan Dam, Llano, maybe a bit of hail with that activity. And the storms that were in Travis County back west towards Johnson City and Blanco, they're gone. Still some residual flash flooding there. As we head into the Brazos Valley into portions of East Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm warning from Trinity to Groveton. We could see some quarter-size hail with that thunderstorm as it moves east to like 9 miles an hour. Otherwise, flooding is the main issue. The eastern Brazos Valley into southeast Texas. Mahia, Tige to Buffalo, down to Centerville, Masonville, Huntsville to Trinity. These storms not really moving much, but they're producing heavy rainfall. We know back up in North Texas, we're starting to see some new storms develop as far north as Hillsborough to Corsicana. This activity kind of progressing to the northeast. A few cloud ground lightning strikes, localized gusty winds, maybe some very small hail and lightning. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight into Thursday, as we are expecting thunderstorms to continue their progression off to the east-southeast. As soon as I remember how to do this. Clearly, I need to get a standing walking desk in here. All right, let's go ahead and load the HER. Now, I want to look and see how this model is doing with its representation of what's going on right now. That's just to see, again, how it's doing. So we'll load the high-res rapid refresh model at 10 p.m. And you can see I mean, it's doing okay. It definitely doesn't have this solid line of storms in the big country, but it's doing okie dokie. Definitely don't have this stuff going on west of Georgetown, but at least it'll give an idea of what we can expect tonight. I'll go ahead and load this radar from, let's just say 11 p.m. through 1 p.m. tomorrow. Let me load that data. And here we go. I'll just let it play. You can see this does move storms across southern Oklahoma, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas. It then tries to develop a bit of a cluster that moves into the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, the Coastal Plains, Southeast Texas, even a bit of East Texas tomorrow morning, with the strongest storms tonight through the early morning hours. Some of them may have wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, maybe dime to quarter size hail in spots. A lot of cloud to ground lightning, that's a good bet. Some heavy rainfall. And again, flooding is going to be an issue, especially in places where we've already had storms over the last several days produce heavy rain. It won't take much new rain to cause flooding. So again, this is the expectation as we head into early tomorrow afternoon. Notice that storms clear out of northwest Texas and southwestern Oklahoma by early afternoon, setting the stage for another round of potential scattered severe storms in southwest Oklahoma, northwest Texas, and the big country. Late tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening, we could have a few supercells, again producing very large hail, localized damaging wind gusts, a very low to a low threat of a tornado. Low level wind shear tomorrow should be weaker than today out in the Panhandle. But we'll see how that progresses, and then some of those storms may move into North Texas as well. We'll deal with that all in the morning edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. But for now, again, this is what we expect the next few hours. Storms moving into North Texas, Central Texas, maybe the Hill Country, while also continuing in the Brazos Valley with that heavy rain. But for now, back to the real-time radar we go. We'll keep an eye on the thunderstorms as they continue to try to organize into a bit of a squall line from the Concho Valley up into the big country, northwest Texas. And we'll see how much that activity can organize and move east over the next few hours. And we'll keep an eye on these storms already underway across portions of the Brazos Valley, East Texas. Again, the line itself, individual storms moving, mostly to the northeast. The line itself starting to progress east, though. So, and then the storms across the Brazos Valley, I mean, they're kind of moving east-southeast, but they're just really not moving that much at all. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers over the next little while. We'll still be here. We'll do our next cut in about 10:45, and as always, you can track these storms with our free interactive weather radar and our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device. We're also streaming live coverage in that app, and as always, we're going to continue to be here through the evening and overnight hours. We'll have our next update here at 10:45 p.m. sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thanks for staying tuned. right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 10:45 on the 1st of May, 2024, Wednesday evening. We do have an organizing cluster of thunderstorms now in northwest Texas, the Big Country, the eastern Concho Valley. These thunderstorms definitely more organized now than they were an hour ago. As you can see, generally speaking, we now have a almost solid line of storms extending from near, technically Quanah down to just east of Benjamin, down through Haskell, city of Abilene, all the way down to near Santa Ana, Brady, down into portions around Mason, east of Junction. This line of storms as a whole, individual storms are moving northeast, but there, now you can see my face. But the line itself is going to start continuing to progress off to the east, bringing the threat for thunderstorms into the eastern Big Country and western North Texas over the next few hours. Strongest of these storms are capable of producing quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We've definitely seen an uptick in some of these storms producing wind over the last few minutes. We'll go ahead and switch to the higher resolution weather radar. That'll let us take a look at what I mean. These thunderstorms moving from west to east. We'll zoom in here. Here's the wind maker. You can see we've got winds near 60 just northwest of Altus. Near El Dorado, Oklahoma, we've got winds above 60. We've got winds above 60 southeast of Corral. Those are moving northeast towards Vernon. Down south, we've got storms in the Big Country producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Let me switch to the Dias radar. You can see that here from Stanford to just west of Luders. Those storms producing winds over 60 miles an hour. We've got a good little pocket southeast of Abilene now, moving up towards Baird, Cross Plains, Putnam. Winds closer to 70 miles an hour indicated with that. So we continue southwest again. A little bit of rotation with the southwest of Santa Ana. We'll keep an eye on it. So we head down into the eastern Concho Valley. We'll switch to the San Angelo radar. But again, you can see we've got storms with heavy rain, bit of hail, strong winds, etc. As we head into central Texas and the Brazos Valley, storms continue in the Brazos Valley. These storms producing gusty winds at times, nothing that is considered severe, 58 miles an hour or higher. The potential for some of these storms to produce small hail, but flooding and heavy rain is the main issue. And some of these storms are progressing north towards southern Ellis County. Nothing severe, just some heavy rain, some lightning, etc. And again, I'll just show you the statewide view once again. You can see those orange boxes popping up. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Kimball, Mason, and Menard County in Texas.
And again, some of these storms, a lot of lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds to locally damaging winds, and maybe some nickel-size hail, moving generally off to the east now into the eastern Big Country, the eastern Concho Valley towards northwest Texas, western Texoma, western North Texas, and the Hill Country, while this cluster in the eastern Brazos Valley, honestly, is just sitting, producing heavy rain and flooding. We'll see a storm maybe roll into Bryan College Station over the next hour. Okay, let's take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model for, well, at this point, Thursday morning, with these thunderstorms. Switch back out to the statewide view. We'll take a look at what this model is showing at 11 p.m. That's just so we can see how it's handling the information. Here's 11 p.m. You can see it's got storms. It's overzealous with the storms in central Texas. Not enough in the Big Country, northwest Texas, etc., but oh well, we'll deal with it. So let me just go ahead and load this for midnight through noon. I'll let that load for just a second, then I'll play the animations. You can see storms, southern Oklahoma, North Texas, central Texas, maybe parts of the Hill Country, but then it also keeps developing stuff down into the Brazos Valley, and eventually into south central Texas, the coastal plain, southeast Texas, maybe after sunrise Thursday. And that activity, some of those storms could have gusty winds, small hail, and heavy rain that could produce flash flooding. So again, it may be a loud, rowdy night across portions of Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, into Southeast Texas. Maybe the hill country too, since that squall line's still going in the Concho Valley. That may continue moving east. And again, some of these storms overnight into Thursday morning may be capable of producing localized wind gusts over 55 to 65 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rain that could cause flooding, a low to very low threat of a spin-up tornado, and plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. So we're going to be here all evening, all night, keeping an eye on things here. Again, we're going to keep doing these cut-ins about every 20 minutes, give or take. We'll pop in sooner if something happens or something starts being overly rambunctious, but even if nothing happens, we can at least be updating y'all about 3 times an hour with information. Even if it's to tell you nothing's going on, it's a-okay. So that's okay as we continue through the night, and I'm sure most of y'all are enjoying the music. So you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device, interactive weather radar, storm chasing video, live severe weather coverage when necessary, and more. Plan is to be back with another update at, we'll do 11:15 p.m. sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer.
Oh, the lights playing games on all the counters and window panes. Sun is bright, it's a new day, and I feel brand new. All the winter is gone. Seems it's been here so long. I wanna feel like I belong, part of something good. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. I'm seeing everything new, like for the first time, a perfect view. You could feel like this too. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. Storm is over, it's a new morning, it's something beautiful, oh so wonderful. I can feel it now, sun comes through the clouds, it's a brand new day. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. New song in my heart. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart.
All right, good evening. It's 11:15 on the 1st of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. A broken line of thunderstorms continues to march east across northwest Texas, the Big Country, into the eastern Concho Valley. A severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect through 4 a.m. Thursday for northwest Texas, western North Texas, into portions of the eastern Concho Valley. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect through 2 a.m. for central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, into portions of southeast Texas. The most intense storms over the next few hours, both in the line coming in from the west and perhaps a rogue thunderstorm across the Brazos Valley or North Texas, may produce hail, dime to quarters, not, baseball, softball. Damaging straight line winds. We could have some wind gusts over 70 miles an hour out of the most intense storms. A tornado can't be ruled out. Heavy rainfall that will result in flooding for some locations. Let's go ahead. We'll pause the loop here. And again, you can see we now have a nearly solid line of thunderstorms from southwestern Oklahoma down to Vernon, Seymour, west of Breckenridge, so Albany, down to Clyde, Claude, Coleman, Brady, northwest of Fredericksburg to Mason. These thunderstorms as a whole are making progress to the east at about, let's just say 30 to 35 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and switch to the high resolution radar here, just see what we've got. And again, this is just our way of seeing what may be going on. You can see the storm near Tipton, Oklahoma is going, oh, sweet mama mercy, in the wind department, because this area didn't have enough with tornadoes last night. Straight line winds approaching 90 miles an hour now near Tipton, Oklahoma, just north of the Red River with that complex of storms. That's the kind of wind we could see in the most intense storms in Texas tonight, too. I hope not. We've got wind gusts over 60 miles an hour being detected south of Vernon on 283/183, southwest of Electra now. Wind gust over 55 to 60 miles an hour. As we continue south, a pocket of strong winds detected northwest of Seymour as well. We'll continue down the line as it moves generally, again, off to the east at about 30 miles an hour, give or take. We'll take a look. You can see we're seeing winds 55 to maybe 60 miles an hour just outside Throckmorton to the west. That's what we're seeing there. You can see the wind shift line. That's the green boundary here, moving from west to east. We'll look down near Bayard. You can see we've got winds being detected almost above 60 miles an hour here. 60 mile an hour wind gust around Bayard. To just west of Putnam on Interstate 20. Further south we go. What we'll see, only Mama Nature knows. Southeast towards Santa Ana, west of Brownwood, down towards Brady. Mason, we note a flash flood warning around there. We'll switch the radar. We'll take a look, and again, you could see Mason. It's actually a little bit of an interesting signature in the rotating department. I'm going to switch my high-res radar over here and look. It's got to be a de-aliasing issue. Just means the radar is having issues trying to determine the wind direction and such. I'm going to look from the Granger radar real quick, make sure there isn't actually an area of rotation trying to develop, because it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I wouldn't have expected it to go from meh to uh-oh so quickly. So we'll double check. We'll just actually look on here too. We'll look from the Granger radar, see if we see any sort of rotation. A little bit, honestly. We'll check from San Antonio. This is just to allow us to see what's going on. Yeah, there is a bit of mid-level rotation being detected east of Mason with this thunderstorm. It's not your traditional supercellular structure, so it might just be a surge of strong wind coming in, but at the same time, we're going to keep an eye on it. That would be west of Hedwig's Hill, Loyal Valley, northwest of Cherry Spring, and that storm is moving east-northeast right towards Hedwig's Hill. We'll switch back to the San Angelo radar, and again, the reason I looked at that was this signature kind of southeast of Mason near Hedwig's Hill. Not there nearly as much now. We're going to look up and tilt a few thousand feet. I mean, okay, yeah, technically, it's a little concerning. There may be some mid-level rotation developing here southeast of Mason, near Hedwig Hill, approaching Highway 87. So can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado along with some enhanced damaging straight-line winds with this thunderstorm southeast of Mason as it crosses Highway 87, probably 5 to 10 miles southeast of Mason with near Hedwig's Hill. They're on 87 towards Art. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on that just in case this thunderstorm does attempt to go into rotation. That's an interesting signature. Further east across central Texas, these thunderstorms really, again, not moving much, but they are starting to progress a bit further south. Now, Huntsville back west towards Bryan College Station. Heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. Flash flood warnings continue. Mahia to Fairfield, to Buffalo to Hewitt, to Leona, down to Trinity, Lovelady, and Groveton. These areas got hit hard with flooding just a few days ago. And again, we'll go back to the Dias radar. We've got a thunderstorm northwest of Stephenville, moving north with some heavy rain, small hail. And then that was a spooky looking reflectivity signature for a second, but it's just a thunderstorm developing. It's not an actual hook echo. Got reports of down power lines at Lake Coleman. So again, we're going to keep an eye on that storm near Mason. Same with all these storms going up the line into northwest Texas. Switch back to the Frederick radar. Again, you can see the Frederick radar still detecting winds well over 80 miles an hour. Just west of Tipton, Oklahoma, west of Manitou, northwest of Frederick. We're seeing some strong winds down here to northwest Texas, east of Vernon, over 60 miles an hour. And again, that's going to continue as those storms move from west to east across the northwest Texas, Big Country, Concho Valley.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes, Houston, Madison, Montgomery, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
It's a storm around Huntsville with maybe some hail. Again, that line of storms making its way from west to east now, probably about 35 miles an hour, it looks like. Actually, I'll just look real quick, and if so, I'll put a storm track on it. I'll just go ahead and do that, honestly. Just give a track over the next 2 hours. Hello, Cece. Again, I'm just going to do it like this. It's not going to be super duper accurate, but, you know, at least gives a guesstimate. Moving east we'll do 35 for now. Again, this is 2 hours. If this line speeds up, it could end up being further east than expected. But again, present course, Wichita Falls about 12:10 to 12:15. Mineral Wells probably about 1:15. Stephenville about 1:10, Hamilton about 12:55, Goldwaith about 12:05, San Saba about 11:50, Burnett about 12:40, Llano about midnight, Brownwood probably the next 20 to 30 minutes, Breckenridge about midnight, Graham about 12:15 to 12:20, Olney about 12, Archer City about 12 to 12:05, Wichita Falls about 12:15. That's assuming the line's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. It is probably going to accelerate as it becomes more organized, so it may arrive a bit sooner in some areas, and there may be some storms ahead of it too. So, all right, let's take a look back at the state, and again, that's the expectation. This line of storms is going to continue marching towards I-35 this morning. Late this morning, from southern Oklahoma into Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country towards the eastern Big Country and Northwest Texas. We'll also see these storms across portions of the Brazos Valley continue over the next few hours with heavy rainfall, maybe some quarter-size hail at times, localized damaging wind gusts, and more. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I help you? I'm very sorry, Cece. Let me X out of this real quick. Alright, I'm sorry. Would you like attention? Here you go. I'm very sorry. Come say hi to the camera. And again, that's just the general expectation of what we're going to be dealing with over the next few hours across the state. So remember, some of these storms may remain severe overnight into Thursday morning. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for pretty much northwest Texas, North Texas, the Big Country, into central Texas, Hill Country area into the Brazos Valley, and that watch may be extended further east if these storms become more organized and long-lived. But in this line segment across western North Texas, the Big Country to northwest Texas, definitely pretty organized as it stands. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll have our next update. We'll do 11:50, and we'll be back sooner if needed. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar, mobile app, and more. All right, we'll be back at 11:50 sooner if needed.
Storm warning has been issued for Young County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kimball, Mason, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas. flood warning has been issued for Grimes, Montgomery, and Walker County in Texas.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:50 p.m. on the 1st of May, 2024, Thursday evening. We're monitoring thunderstorms producing flash flooding across parts of the eastern Brazos Valley along Interstate 45 from Mahia down through Centerville to Huntsville to Trinity. Those storms also still have quite a bit of lightning, heavy rainfall, a bit of hail. We note some storms now extending back farther northwest over Bryan College Station to Rosebud to Moody, back west to Avant to Goldwaith. These storms generally moving north, it seems. Eventually, they'll get overtaken by this line of storms coming in from the west. We have severe storms extending now from pretty much Grandfield, Oklahoma, northwest of Burke Burnett, southwest through west of Olney, west of Newcastle, northwest of Breckenridge down to Albany. And then storms extending down from Cross Plains to Brownwood to San Saba to west of Llano, east of Mason, northwest of Fredericksburg. This line of storms is now moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour, with the strongest storms capable of producing localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, the potential for some nickel-size hail, and heavy rainfall that could cause some flash flooding. We'll go ahead and take a look at the high-res rapid refresh, or the high-res radar around northwest Texas. We're seeing quite a bit of wind with this thunderstorm now from Hollister, Oklahoma down towards near Grandfield, Oklahoma. That is moving southeast towards Burke Burnett, it seems. So we may have some very strong winds along the Red River in northern Wichita County here in the next 30 minutes or so, as that pocket of stronger winds over 65 miles an hour moves southeast, it seems. Farther south, down from near west of Archer City to Newcastle to Olney, these thunderstorms down to Breckenridge, capable of producing heavy rain, strong winds, up to 60 miles an hour at times. And again, they're moving east at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. We got a few showers popping up in Tarrant, Dallas counties. These showers moving north, northeast, nothing severe with them. Farther south, we've got storms down into portions of Hico to Valley Mills to Waco, down to Braymond, down to Hearn, Caldwell, and then it's actually a very interesting radar look. These storms, not severe. The potential for some gusty winds, heavy rain. Same with this activity around Huntsville. Radar was actually misplacing that data. It's from McGregor to Bruceville, Eddy to Lott. That was an interesting problem. And then we've got this thunderstorm east of Mason now, with strong winds moving into Llano County, down towards Fredericksburg. This storm also showing a bit of a hail core. Could have quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour at times. The potential for very heavy rainfall as that moves east at about 30 miles an hour into Llano County and northern portions of Gillespie, whatever. North of Harper, north of Fredericksburg to Cherry Spring to Loyal Valley. So again, most of these storms moving east now at about, we're just going to say 30 to 35 miles an hour. We'll turn the radar back on. I'll draw a storm track using that forward rate of spread, or forward motion. Again, I'll just do it for all these moving east at about, I'm going to say 40, just in case. This is going to be a 2-hour thing. So Wichita Falls, the next 20 minutes. Nocona, about 1:15. Ringgold, about 12:55 to 1 a.m. Jacksboro, about 12:50 to 1 a.m. Decatur, about 1:30 to 1:45. Mineral Wells, about 12:55 to 1:05. Breckenridge, about 12:05. Cisco, pretty much the next few minutes. Ranger Hill, about 12:25. Lipan, about 1:15. This would be approaching Weatherford, about 1:35 to 1:40. Granbury, about 1:35. Stephenville, about 1 a.m. Comanche, about 12:25. Dublin, about 12:45. Hamilton, about 1 a.m. Goldthwaite, about 12:20 a.m. Avant, about 12:50 to 12:55. Gatesville, about 1:30 a.m. San Saba, the next 15 minutes. Lampasas, about 12:45 to 12:50. Colleen, about 1:30 a.m. Burnett, about 12:40 to 12:45 a.m. Marble Falls, same story, about 12:40. Round Mountain, about 12:35 to 12:40. Round Rock, about 1:35. Salado and Gerald, about 1:40 to 1:45. We'll just say Temple and Belton, about 1:35. That means Waco, about 2:30 a.m. And entering places like Decatur at about 1:45 to 1:50. Jacksboro, about 1 a.m. Graham, about 12:30. Archer City, the next 20 minutes. Bowie, about 1:15 to 1:20. And again, this would be entering the Western DFW Metroplex, about 1:30, all the way down towards Travis County. Austin, about 1:30 to 1:35 a.m. But again, we do have other thunderstorms underway. These storms across portions of central Texas, the Brazos Valley. I'll go ahead and loop this for you and show what we've got going on over the last hour. Again, you can see these storms moving east, but the storms across central Texas kind of lifting north into Waco, and then across the Brazos Valley into East Texas, showers and thunderstorms. They're trying to slowly progress north, but they're really just not moving that much. This line from, again, northwest Texas, the eastern Big Country into western North Texas, the eastern Concho Valley into western Hill Country, slowly moving east with some of these storms capable of producing winds 40 to 50 miles an hour, 50 to 60 miles an hour, and then a few in northwest Texas around Burke-Burnett in the next probably 20 to 30 minutes, the potential for some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour in spots. All right, let's go ahead and stop this. We'll load the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll see how well it's doing tonight. Let me switch the data. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the data for midnight. I just want to see how the model's doing. Not too bad. I mean, honestly, not too bad at all compared to earlier. We'll load it through noon. I'm going to let the animation load. All right, here we go. And this is what the high-res rapid refresh model, if I turn the times on, that might help, shows through the morning hours. You can see it's got storms moving across North Texas, southern Oklahoma, Texoma, central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, late tonight into Thursday morning. It's actually got still a pretty good cluster of storms moving across the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle between 3 a.m. and 10 a.m. These storms, not fast moving, mind you, are going to produce heavy rain. Some of them may have gusty winds, maybe pocket change size hail, heavy rain that could cause flooding. But again, it looks like we will have storms probably roll through parts of Texoma, the DFW Metroplex, central Texas, the Brazos Valley, into southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, overnight into the mid to late morning hours on Thursday. If this is right, we're going to clear out across North Texas, Texoma, and western North Texas, leading to the potential for scattered severe thunderstorm development by 4 p.m. in portions of southwestern central Oklahoma into northwest Texas, and that could result in storms moving into Texoma, North Texas, the Big Country, northwest Texas tomorrow evening. Some of those storms could be severe with more hail, more wind, maybe a tornado or two, and then maybe a cluster of storms moving into Texoma and North Texas tomorrow night.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mason County in Texas.
Again, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Mason County. Down in the portions of the Hill Country. So, no tornado warnings. We're just keeping an eye on these storms. Most are behaving themselves. Some are producing strong winds, but we have no big-time hail, no tornadoes, no crazy winds. What we're dealing with is flooding in spots, especially the eastern Brazos Valley, and a lot of lightning. So with that being said, we're going to keep an eye on things here. Live stream will keep going. We'll keep doing updates now about every 20 to 30 minutes. We'll have our next update at 12:30 a.m., sooner if needed. And again, we're here. We're just keeping an eye on things. I figure it's easier than trying to start a live stream every 30 minutes. So we'll just keep it going. Let y'all enjoy the music, hear the warning feed, the reports come across. And if we need to break in before 12:30, that is what we shall do. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. As always, you can keep an eye on these storms or get your local weather forecast with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And again, we're going to be here through the night, keeping an eye on things just in case. We'll talk to you all again by 12:30, sooner if necessary.
storm warning has been issued for Gillespie County in Texas.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 2nd of May, 2024, Thursday morning, 12:30 a.m. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms making their way into western North Texas, into portions of northwest Texas, down into the hill country at this point. Go ahead and make sure that's actually live. There you go. Line of storms extends from near Lawton, Oklahoma to Wichita Falls, Archer City to Graham, down to Breckenridge, down to east of Brownwood to San Saba to Llano. We've also got thunderstorms farther east from Gatesville to Waco to Bryan College Station to Huntsville to Corrigan, with plenty of rain underway across portions of East Texas. Now, we are down to a few severe thunderstorm warnings for now. Hopefully it'll stay that way overnight. The storms across northwest Texas, Wichita Falls down to western North Texas, Graham and Breckenridge, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. That just means the storms are not producing winds over 60 miles an hour. Or quarter-size hail or larger tornadoes. They've still got plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning, moderate to heavy rainfall, and the potential that they may produce some localized flooding. We'll keep an eye on them through the evening hours, or the morning hours as it may go, in case they become a little more rambunctious. But again, as I set up a loop for the last hour, you can see these storms moving from west to east at about 35 now to 45 miles an hour. Farther south, same thing goes from Breckenridge down to Brownwood to San Saba. Those storms are no longer considered severe, meaning they're not producing winds over 58 miles an hour, tornadoes or quarter-size hail or larger. And again, that's the expectation for the remainder of the night. Most storms will behave. Some could still produce winds over 60 miles an hour. You can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado. Specifically, with this little thunderstorm complex down here, Llano, northeast of Kerrville, these storms, north of Fredericksburg to Llano, are still considered severe. We'll go ahead and pop the higher resolution weather radar on as soon as I figure out which radar is closest. About 62 there, about 68 there. So we'll pop in the San Antonio radar. We'll switch over to the high-res radar version here. And again, you can see this little complex of storms near Llano moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, capable of producing quarter-size hail, wind gust over 60 miles an hour. In fact, you can see that here on the how hard the wind's blowing mode. You can see radar is detecting a pretty good little bowing segment here. That's what you're looking at. That's just where we've got winds coming in and pushing the thunderstorm out further. And that's how thunderstorms bow. It's technically called a rear inflow jet. It's helping to push the apex of this bow out faster than the rest of the storm's movement. So the potential for this thunderstorm to produce winds over 60 miles an hour as it moves east from Llano to Oxford. Oh, excuse me, to north of Fredericksburg, moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track on it. But the clear target here is it's heading towards the populated sections of Travis County. But we'll put a storm track on it. Do diddle do diddle do 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 diddle do 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 diddle do 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 do. All right, so again we'll do that. Moving east at 35, and again I've got this going out about 2 hours, so that's why the cone's so large. Buchanan Dam about 12:55 to 1 a.m. Kingsland about 12:55. Marble Falls about 1:10. Burnett about 1:10 to 1:15. Round Mound 1:05 to 1:10. Johnson City about 1:15. Bertram about 1:30. Lago Vista about 1:40, Lakeway about 1:40, Bee Cave about 1:50, Pflugerville about 2:10 to 2:15, Round Rock around 2:05 to 2:10, Georgetown about 2:05 to 2:10, moving into areas of pretty much Austin about 2 a.m. to 2:10 a.m. And again, Lender about 1:50 a.m. These storms moving east. Cedar Park about 1:55 to 2, Lago Vista 1:40, Briarcliff about 1:35 to 1:40, Lakeway about 1:40 to 1:45, Hutto about 2:20, Weir about 2:20, Pflugerville again about 2:15, Bee Cave about 1:50, Lakeway, okay, we already did that. So again, that is the expectation based on the current forward movement with this line of storms moving towards, well, into central Texas from the hill country. And again, there could be wind gusts over 60 miles an hour at times, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rainfall, which will cause flooding. And those storms may keep on going. Farther east, I'm going to go ahead, we'll switch back to the fancy radar loop so we can monitor the timeline for these storms over the last hour or so. And again, we've got significant rainfall and flooding. Huntsville, Madisonville, Centerville, towards Fairfield. You can see those storms, they're just not moving. That's how we get prolific rainfall amounts over a short period of time. Back up into central Texas, you can see from Hamilton to Gatesville to Waco over towards Marlin. We do have a couple scattered thunderstorms developing, moving north with some lightning, heavy rainfall, gusty winds. They're not moving too quickly. We don't have, big hail, tornadoes, damaging winds with those at this point. They're just, thunderstorms in a tropical-like environment with plenty of moisture. They're slowly moving north. And then again, up here, this line of storms in Young County, moving east about 35 miles an hour. I'll go ahead and put a storm track on that. They're not severe anymore, but there's still a little bow shape to it. We'll do that. And again, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. I would have it in Bowie at about 1:30 a.m. Decatur about 1:45. Jacksboro by about 1 a.m. Mineral Wells about 1:20. City of Weatherford about 1:50 to 1:55. Azle about 2:05 to 2:10. Boyd 1:55 to 2. The city of Denton about 2:30 a.m. Just west of Valley View and Sanger about 2:30 a.m. What's that community up there? I should remember that. Munster about 2:10 a.m. Nakona about 1:45. Ringgold about 1:25 to 1:30. Bowie about 1:20 to 1:25. Bellevue about 1:05 to 1:10. It's already storming there with other storms, but it's going to keep moving east. Grayford about 1:05. Gordon about 1:30. Ranger at about 1 a.m. Breckenridge, it's in town now. And again, that would have this moving into Tarrant County after 2:05. Denton County about after 2:05. Cook County about after 2:05. So pretty much Cook County, Denton County, Tarrant County, around 2:05 to 2:10 a.m. for the arrival of this line of storms. Not currently severe, has the potential to produce 45 to 55 mile-an-hour winds. Maybe some dime-size hail, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's not impossible that it intensifies a bit and they have to put a new severe thunderstorm warning on it if the wind speeds come up. Further north, we have a line of thunderstorms across southwestern portions of Oklahoma, from Apache to Lawn to Geronimo, now to Walters, down to Wichita Falls. I'll let the roads load again. And again, I'll put a storm track on this thunderstorm up here in southern Oklahoma as well, and Texoma. You know, we covered them yesterday a bit. We might as well do it again today. So again, that line segment's actually moving east at about 50 miles an hour. I'll just do that. Again, that's moving east at about 50, which would have it in Purcell at about 125 to 130, Pauls Valley about 130, Springer about 140, Sulphur at about 150, Ardmore about 140 to 145, Marietta about 150, Chishmingo about 2:10 a.m., west sides of Lake Texoma about 2:05. That'd be crossing over 6975 near Sherman at about 2:30 a.m. if it continues. Ringling about 110 to 115, Tatum's about 115 to 130. Duncan, you've got like 10 minutes. Waurika, about 1250. And then again up to Chickasha. This line segment, just north of Red River, capable of producing winds over 70 miles an hour. It's been quite windy up there. But again, as we take a look out, you can see line of storms now, northwest Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, and Llano County in Texas.
Into western North Texas, into the hill country, line of storms as a whole moving east about 35 miles an hour. And again, if I really wanted to, I could literally draw east at 35 over the next 2 hours. Here you go. And again, this would be over just the next 2 hours. In 2 hours, it could be Whitesboro to Denton to Fort Worth to Cleburne to, and we'll zoom in here, just west of Hillsboro, just west of Waco, Temple, Elgin, Austin, and that's if it keeps its forward speed up of 35 miles an hour, moving from west to east. All right, let's switch over. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. So we're going to clear everything off of this for the moment. Switch over, take a look at that. Switch out statewide view. We'll load. Let's see what the radar looks like right now. We'll do 1 a.m. You can see it's not doing too bad with the storms. We'll let it loop from, at this point, 2 a.m. through 5 p.m. today, just to see what it's got. I'll actually put cloud cover on here too. Loop it from the beginning. Here we go. And again, this is what the high-res rapid refresh model thinks we'll see overnight through Thursday afternoon. You can see storms moving across pretty much the Brazos Valley, parts of North Texas, Central Texas, into Southeast Texas through the afternoon hours, with potential for some gusty winds, small hail, heavy rainfall. And then notice, as we get into this afternoon, we see the dry line clear out. Northwest Texas, western, southwestern Oklahoma, into the big country, which could result in new severe storms erupting across portions of central Oklahoma, southwestern Oklahoma, down into the big country. Those storms, would move southeast late this afternoon into tonight, with the potential for very large hail, localized damaging winds, low tornado threat. So we're doing it again later today. And for what it's worth, we're doing it again tomorrow, probably Friday, out here in parts of the Permian Basin, West Texas. So, yay, storms, yay, yay, yay. All right, so that's going to be it for your weather update for now. We'll keep an eye on things here. Let's plan on having our next update at, what time is it now? 12:41. Let's do 1:05. We'll be back sooner if necessary. But otherwise, we'll keep an eye on things here. We'll keep the stream going. And again, if we need to cut in before 1:05 a.m., we are going to do so. But again, at this point, clear messages. We got a lot of damaging winds in the hill country moving towards Georgetown, Austin, Horseshoe Bay, Round Mountain, Johnson City, and Burnett over the next 45 minutes, and eventually could make it to I-35 from Gerald to Georgetown, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Austin by 2 a.m. We'll be back with updates by 1:05 a.m. sooner if needed. Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1:05 a.m. on this Thursday, the 2nd of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms capable of mostly producing maybe some 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts, some dime-sized hail perhaps, but plenty of lightning, heavy rain, and the potential for some flooding. We have one severe thunderstorm warning in the state right now, and that's going to be west of Round Rock, west of Austin. But I want to emphasize, we got big flooding problems around Huntsville, north of New Waverly, all the way up through Riverside, Trinity, to near Groveton. The same areas that got hit the other day. They're getting hit again really hard. I don't know if you heard that audio report a few minutes ago, but there's flooding with water rescues on FM 1696 northwest of Huntsville. We've got street flooding galore around Trinity, and again, that's a flash flood warning for those areas, so please be mindful of that. Further to the west, we'll go ahead and zoom in. The potential for some strong winds with this thunderstorm now from near Burnett to Kingsland to pretty much to northwest of Fredericksburg. Let me tell you, you want an example of a rear inflow jet or winds pushing in on the backside of a thunderstorm, pushing it out like a bow? Wowzy. Check that out. That is one impressive rear inflow jet signature. And again, that would typically result in some higher winds, but to be honest, that storm's looking pretty anemic right now, which is good. We don't want damaging winds. The thunderstorm northeast of Fredericksburg, on the other hand, does have the potential for some quarter-size hail, maybe some strong wind gusts. That's not all that far northeast of Fredericksburg. That's going to be crossing over Highway 16, about 10 miles northeast of Fredericksburg. Moving off to the east at about, let's see, they've got it moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So again, with that in mind, those storms moving east about 30 miles an hour. As we continue north, we've got scattered showers and thunderstorms across portions of central Texas. Those storms from Clifton to Waco to Marlin slowly moving north. There's nothing severe with that. Those storms, lightning, heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds to 40 miles an hour. And we've got some showers and storms popping up in the Metroplex up to Gainesville. Again, all this at the moment quite behaved. We've got winds maybe 40 to 45 miles an hour, probably little to no hail, heavy rainfall, cloud to ground lightning. There are no tornadoes with this activity. The only sort of wind signature maybe with this cell northeast of Jacksboro, maybe closer to 50 miles an hour between Bowie and Jacksboro there on Highway 59, but again, nothing that is considered severe. To be severe, these storms need to be producing winds 58 miles an hour higher, the potential for quarter-size hail or larger, or tornadoes. The only storm that meets that qualification right now is this one 10 miles northeast of Fredericksburg. Now, let's look in southern and central Oklahoma. I'll show you what I'm talking about for severe storms. Here's storms. Here's near Rush Springs, Oklahoma, Highway 81, south of Chickasha. In fact, I can show you a different view off the terminal Doppler weather radar here. These are winds well over 60 miles an hour, closer to 70. That's moving northeast towards Ninnekah and Chickasha, Oklahoma, eventually towards the west-southwest sides of Oklahoma City. And again, that would be severe. Are storms in the state, excluding the one about 10 miles northeast of Fredericksburg again? No, not severe, which is good. We have no tornadoes, we have no softball-sized hail, we have no hurricane-force wind gusts. We just have one storm 10 miles northeast of Fredericksburg with the potential for maybe some quarter-size hail gusty winds. By far, as it stands now, the main issue is going to be flooding from heavy rainfall, cloud to ground lightning, though there is some severe weather threat persisting over the next few hours across central Texas, the Brazos Valley. For now, storms are mostly behaving themselves. Let's go ahead and zoom out. We're going to take a look at the statewide view. I'm going to show you the high resolution rapid refresh model. Eventually, once I figure out how to do it and obtain enough brain power to do so, we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Apparently, we're taking lightning strikes. That's just dandy. I need to go make sure I have gas in my car, so if I need to hook up the power inverter in case power goes out, I can do that. We'll see if that's needed. I hope not. But again, I'll just load this from, let's just do 3 a.m. into the afternoon. And again, this just shows we're expecting storms to continue this morning into early this afternoon across portions of central Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and East Texas, with heavy rainfall, the potential for some stronger winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. And again, flooding is going to be a big issue. Brazos Valley into parts of southeast Texas this morning, which is a problem. Given the fact we've already had flooding. And then this afternoon, we're expecting isolated to scattered severe thunderstorm development back across western North Texas, the Big Country, and northwest Texas. For what it's worth, here's the new severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This is for Thursday afternoon, Thursday night to Friday morning. You can see the eastern half of the state has the potential for isolated severe storms, with the potential, as it stands now, where confidence is highest, scattered severe storms across northwest Texas, the Big Country, into western North Texas. Here's the tornado outlook for Thursday afternoon into Thursday night. The potential for an isolated tornado, again, the eastern half of the state, but perhaps a low threat, slightly higher, across the Big Country. We'll keep an eye on it. That'll be refined as we go through the day and get a better idea of how the atmosphere is going to destabilize this afternoon. But again, otherwise, we have only one severe storm in the state, northeast of Fredericksburg by 10 miles. That storm and this entire line really moving east at about 35 miles an hour with heavy rainfall. We've got scattered storms from Waco back into the Brazos Valley producing very heavy rainfall. The storms in the eastern Brazos Valley down near Conroe barely moving southeast, and then we've got these storms Waco slightly moving north, and then the main line itself is moving east from near Chickasha, Oklahoma, all the way down now through Wichita Falls to Nocona, Jacksboro to Decatur, Mineral Wells, all the way down to Lampasas, Marble Falls, and Burnett. And again, the only severe storm in the state right now that could have quarter-size hail, maybe some 55, 60-mile-an-hour winds, is the storm around 10 to 15 miles northeast of Fredericksburg. We'll see what this little Boeing segment does as it approaches I-35, but for now, it's not doing too much. Heavy rain continues to be the main issue with this, with pockets of stronger winds and heavy rain, and maybe a little hail. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. At this point, we'll plan on an update at about 1:40 a.m. We'll be back sooner if necessary, but again, not much going on right now. I know it's loud, it's proud, but in terms of big-time severe weather, nothing too bad. But we'll be here. Flooding is a big issue around Huntsville, up towards Trinity, Lovelady, back west towards Badias. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. And we will here at the Texas Storm Chasers. All right, good morning. It is 1:40 a.m. on the 2nd of April, except it's May 2024, Thursday morning. We're monitoring a line of mostly behaved showers and thunderstorms across portions of Texoma, North Texas, down into the hill country. These storms are producing plenty of lightning, heavy rainfall. There's some gusty winds, but otherwise we have one small severe thunderstorm warning still in place, and technically, no, it's gone now, it looks like. So we are down to no severe thunderstorm warnings, but we have plenty of flash flood warnings. There is no doubt about that. Again, we are down to 0 severe thunderstorm warnings, 0 tornado warnings. We have multiple flash flood warnings, though, with these heavy storms moving from west to east at this point. So no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings, just flash flood warnings, and those are serious enough around Huntsville where we've got problems. As this activity continues to move from west to east, we're going to be monitoring for indications of damaging winds. I mean, at this point, we have no severe thunderstorm warning, so we've got maybe winds 35 to 45 miles an hour in spots. We've got some strong, heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some small hail. This line of activity will continue to move east at about 30 miles an hour over the next few hours, eventually with some threat, maybe overnight into the morning hours, for some heavier storms to develop across the Brazos Valley, once again into southeast Texas. But for now, as this activity continues moving from west to east, no severe weather warnings. We do have flash flood warnings. We'll probably have some more of those overnight into the morning hours across North Texas, Central Texas, into the hill country, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Example.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
So again, with that being said, main issue for now at least, and hopefully the rest of the night, will be not severe thunderstorms, will be thunderstorms capable of producing heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty sub-severe winds, maybe some pea-sized hail, heavy rainfall that will result in flooding. And that could continue to be a threat through the morning hours in the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, into southeast Texas, and then this activity across North Texas will continue to decrease in intensity, but again, some periods of heavier rain, gusty winds, lightning. All right, well, with that being said, I think this is about a good point for us to call it quits for the night. Hopefully you won't have to hear from us again until we have our regular Texas Weather Roundup video out around 6 a.m., which is about 4 hours away at this point, so no sleep. We'll keep an eye on things here, but I guess for all intent and purposes, we can just go ahead and we'll let the radar play. We'll keep the music going, but hopefully you won't have to hear from us again. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thanks for watching overnight. If we have any new tornado warnings for some reason, we'll be back, but hopefully we won't. We probably won't. Until then, we'll keep an